Good evening, ladies and gents. Good day, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to Splendid Isolation number 21. And I'm going to start us off as I usually do with a tune. I'll remember how to do it. Always helps.
Drake is going west, lad. His ships are in the bay. 25 sail all told, ready for the fray. Oh, here it has from limb to limb. Drake is off again. Hey, Drake's away at break o' day to sweep the Spanish Main. Then here's to the Spanish Main, and here's to the foe. And here's to Drake and his merry, merry men, who'll never win back to town again till they've laid the enemy low. Drake is going west, lad. You'd like to go, would you? Then go you shall, go share the fight and the glory too. Before our men the foe shall fall, like the sickle train. For Drake is going westward, lad, to sweep the Spanish Main. Then here's to the Spanish Main, and here's to the foe. And here's to Drake and his merry, merry men, who'll never win back to them again till they've laid the enemy low. Some are going west, lad, who'll ne'er win home again. Some will sleep their long, long sleep 'neath the Spanish Main. But whatsoever be our fate, what may say I, with Drake we'll go, what Drake will fight, with Drake we'll win or die. Then here's to the Spanish Main, and here's to the foe. And here's to Drake and his merry, merry men, who'll never win back to them again till they've laid, till they've laid the enemy low.
There we go, lads. And that tune was from Patriots Archive, which is an extremely good channel, which I get a lot of our tunes from that I recommend people to join. Okay, so I'm going to do what I usually do at this point and go around our guests. Our first guest today is Ozzy, who is a first-time chap on this stream, I believe, and he is a Scotsman. I've wanted to have a Scotsman on for some time. So good evening, good day, Ozzy. And is there anything you would like to talk about to start us off with?
Yeah. Thank you for having me on. I know I'm going to accept some people because I don't sound typically Scots, but hey ho, that's what it is. Yeah, I guess the immediate things that are on my mind are to do with the Scottish parliamentary elections. I mean, unfortunately, it was a rather disappointing result for unionists like myself. And in general, we're not in the greatest spirits at the moment about it, but hi ho, it is what it is.
But they didn't. The SNP didn't win an overall majority, did they?
They didn't win an overall majority, no. But I don't think anyone really took that seriously. The main problem was that they have secured an independence majority because the Greens will give them a confidence and supply vote.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as they're concerned, that gives them the basis to, whine about independence for, another 5 years
Oh
or
yeah,
so.
they'll whine about it, but I'm pretty sure the Prime Minister has already turned around and said it's not going to happen.
I know, and I do respect Mr. Johnson for doing that. It's just it's not very good for the health of my country and my folk. One of the things you can do if anyone's up in Scotland is if you can just take a drive through little towns. I mean, I live in a relatively rural part of the country. You can just drive through the little towns and you can see all these signs saying yes, no, SNP, Tory. And it's just really sad to see a country which when I was growing up, the ages of 4, 5, 6, everyone was really getting on. We were all bright as a day, and now quite a lot of it's almost like it's turned into Northern Ireland, and it's just a bit miserable.
Yeah, in more ways than one, Northern Ireland is a fairly good simile, I suspect.
Yeah.
Given that some of the SNP are probably more Irish than Scots, but
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I listen. The good thing I think is that they didn't win an overall majority because had they done so, they would have made a lot more noise. The Prime Minister has said there's not going to be another referendum on supposed independence, which is not really independence. It's just making, instead of Scotland being a very important part of the United Kingdom, it would become a totally unimportant and tiny part of the European Union. And in addition to that, one thing I would mention is I saw Colin Liddell, who is a Scotsman, of course. He was saying that the Scottish Family Party is not so terrible.
Oh no, they're really good chaps. I know one of the guys who ran near me for it. He's a really solid fella. Very, very. I mean, you can tell just by their manifesto that they're a pretty conservative bunch, and they were a good choice to put on your pink sheet. But not, I don't think they did secure any seats, and that's what it is.
Yeah, let me just check this. I'm going to just check because he actually posted some of the headlines from the manifesto. And here we go. The Scottish Family Party, they support family values, building blocks of a strong nation. We protect children from vulgar and corrupting sex education of the SNP. They demand academic rigor and good behaviour in schools. And of course, like for anyone who doesn't know, Scotland had the best education system in the whole of the British Isles until the SNP took over. Like I lived in Stirling for a short while, like many moons ago, and my then Scottish girlfriend, who went to a state school, was able to read Latin, which is something that would never have happened in an English state school unless it was a very good grammar school. The Scottish Family Party also protect free speech and oppose all hate speech legislation. They respect life and oppose abortion on demand and assisted suicide. They are supporting of tax benefits for full-time parents. They also promote marriage and stable family benefits, and they oppose transgender ideology in schools. So, I mean, generally a very based manifesto. So, yeah, I definitely think that that sort of stuff is good. And it's good to see that they're actually a Scottish-based party. It's not something that's been imported from England or anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, the sort of thing that I've been hoping for since 2016 has been similar party lines to what you get in Northern Ireland, in which you have a very, very strong unionist party, which just advocates for Northern Irish interests. In Scotland, we still, because unfortunately we're still in many ways partakers of the English Tory Labour thing, you don't really have a unified unionist front to say this is what the people of Scotland need as part of this union.
Yeah, it's
And
definitely what they need for sure. I'd like an indigenous Scottish unionist party.
I think
is the
I think
answer.
the worst thing to happen to Scottish unionism was the Scottish Unionist Party uniting with the Conservative Party.
yeah, tragic. Just
Yeah,
fucking,
yeah. Well, maybe they can separate again. I mean, I don't know. Perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, so I was very excited by George Galloway. I mean, I'm a fan. I know many people aren't, but
Yes.
but I think the Alliance for Unity was good in principle, but their execution wasn't brilliant. They should have probably gone for areas like they should have gone harder on areas like Dundee, which are traditionally very Scots, but hard done by Westminster politics. They should have gone really hard on those, but instead they did a global ticket, and that just ended up distracting from typical Tory and Labour voting areas. But I mean, it is what it is, and that's all I can really say about the Scottish election. It's okay. The results were okay, but they are still a bit depressing.
But not as bad as they might have been.
Not nowhere near as bad as they could have been.
Yeah, because I know that like 6 months ago, people like that wee horrible woman who runs the SNP were actually talking about them completely whitewashing the whole country, which of course has not happened at all. They haven't won a majority.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You don't get my granny started on Mrs. Sturgeon. She's a news devourer. But if you go in the house and the BBC headlines on, she goes, "Oh, turn off the TV! I can't stand her."
Excellent. All right, we're going to move on for a minute. I mean, I'm sure we'll come back to Scotland, but we're going to move on a minute to Adaman. Good evening, sir. And
All right.
what's your takes for today?
Well, it's going to have to be about these local elections. And I want to bring up actually, because you said we've had this conversation a bunch of times, and you kept saying that all of the parties on the right had to essentially come together so they don't keep stepping on each other's toes.
Yep.
And I kept disagreeing with you and saying that one party would inevitably rise to the top and that it didn't matter. And I'm not going to say I told you so, but as Niles just pointed out in the chat, the Heritage Party came fourth in Hartlepool.
Yep.
And they've only been running for a scant few months.
But how much better would they have done if everyone had said, "Look, let's not run candidates"?
Well, do you really want like PA Spurgs clotting up?
No, I'm not. Hang on. No, hang on now. But I'm not. PA are not a party anyway. But what I'm talking about more is like For Britain and UKIP and possibly the what are they called these days? The Reform Party. If all those guys had said, "Look, we're not going to run in this seat because these guys got the best chance of winning," and you should support them, then they would have got higher than fourth, wouldn't they?
Yeah, the problem then is that you have this situation where, first off, people on the right will vote strategically anyway, because we're sort of on the fringe. And secondly, you have this problem where if parties just step down, the accusations of controlled opposition and stuff like that start coming out, all these other issues start arising. You're better off just having one party actually winning just through dominance.
I still just think that it would be good if there was some sort of alliance, and they actually announced it before an election, and they said, "Look, guys, this is because we want to give you an alternative to the Conservatives. Yeah, if you're right of centre in British politics, and we want to give you an alternative. So what we're going to do is we're only going to run one of our candidates in each seat, and everyone who supports that view should vote for them." Yeah, it doesn't need to be an absolute alliance at one party. It just means that they cooperate a little bit. That's all I've ever suggested on this. I'm not suggesting they all become one giant pie because I don't think that's possible. There's too many personalities involved.
The issue is, I'm so sorry. The issue is with that is that it would just get flooded with populist types, like people in Reform UK.
Yeah, I mean,
And
what
I
I was
don't
going to
like
say
them
to that,
generally.
what I was going to say is, didn't we have exactly that twice in both 2015 and with the BXP, the Brexit Party? Like hasn't it already happened twice to basically no avail?
Well, it hasn't really, has it? Because you always had, like, for Britain became a different pie after, and I think that after the conned UKIP election, and I will honestly say that UKIP election I think was conned, as conned as the US election recently, if not more. So I don't think it's really been tried, to be honest. I don't. And I see Anglo Nile in the chat saying, infiltrate the Tories. Sure, give that a go. I don't rate your chances, but give it a go. But that's probably a good segue into saying, Royal Oak, good evening, sir. You're the guy who can talk about infiltrating the Tories, I suspect. And what have you got to say this evening for your first thing that you want to bring up?
Well, I've just carrying on from what Ozzy said. I had a look through the Scottish results. I don't live in Scotland. I've never been there. But I mean, I don't have any connections to the place. But I had a.
You've never been there. It's beautiful, man. Honestly,
No, I should. I've seen pictures of, particularly in Highlands and Inverness, a very very nice part of the world. But I digress. I kind of see what Ozzy's saying. You see like places like I think Aberdeen West, and I think Dumfriesshire and places like that got much stronger for the Tories or Labour, and a lot of the SNP seats are getting a lot safer as well. So it feels like it's a lot. I use the Northern Ireland example. It feels like a divided nation, right? There's certain areas that are safe Tory, like in the Lowlands, and in I don't know where Jackson Corlaw's seat is. It's in the west of Scotland, isn't it, somewhere? But these like strongly Protestant unionist places, and then you've sort of got the areas where different kinds of people live. But yeah, generally, I think in terms of these results, I mean, I didn't think they'd be as good as they were. I mean, in some places, I think it was as high as 25-point shift, like on average. I think there was one seat where there was a 41-point shift towards the Conservatives, right? And it's just, I mean, I feel vindicated in the sense that like I've said for a while that I think like right wing politics is going to happen through the Conservative Party for like time immemorial. Because if you look at polls, right, that the Labour Party, the Labour Party, like they don't have a vision. They don't. You can't say what they stand for, right? Can you? Like, it's a serious point, right? I spoke to my dad about this. Who's a Labour voter, and he was like, I can't tell you what Keir Starmer stands for. I mean, it was the whole thing. It was the whole thing with the whole having flags in the background debate when that happened, right? It's people at central office looking at graphs saying, we think we should do this because this graph says so, or because people in the north might think we're a bit more patriotic if we put a flag in the background. It's not something to stand on. And whilst I may not like the whole sort of like Tory neoliberal vision, right? People in the north, they're I mean, if you go up north, a lot of these people, it's the same. It's the same, really in the 1980s. What you had was a lot of like people going into the middle class after Help to Buy, and becoming very ambitious, and then voting for Margaret Thatcher. People in the north. I mean, I don't pretend to understand their psyche, but I mean, I suppose they're ambitious, and they can find some, common values in the sort of Tory, sort of neoliberal sort of view, right? That companies should be able to, run wild. There should be low tax, and let the economy go wild, right? And I think a different vision. People have brought up the Heritage Party in the chat, and also the Scottish Family Party, right? They've performed very, very well. They outperformed the Lib Dems and the Greens with practically no media coverage. I don't think they even have a Wikipedia article. It's just people are hearing about this new, like, socially conservative party. And I was listening to Radio 4 earlier in the week, and they were saying like, oh, 4 out of 10 women and like 3 out of 10 guys between the ages of 18 and 35 have like I'm going a bit off topic here, but have like chronic depression and things like that. And I think people perhaps can find a bit more meaning. I think to an extent that's what the right's for. We're here to provide, we need stronger ties to the community. We need stronger ties to the soil and our past, and give people some real meaning, right, in terms of their lives, and to God as well, obviously. And I think perhaps there's something in that vision, but I'm hopeful for the future. I think seeing as the left aren't really doing very much. They can't. To be honest, I think people like Keir Starmer are out of touch with the view of the rest of the country. I mean, people aren't buying the Labour vision. They didn't buy Corbyn's vision, but I don't know. Will they buy a socially conservative vision? I think that's what people are crying out for. So I remain white pilled. I'm very, very high energy despite doing 10-hour shift today. My trousers are covered in marinara sauce, but alas, I am always white pilled. Christ is King. Thank you very much. That's a bit of a long talk there.
No, that's fair enough.
Right.
In other good news, or in the Welsh elections, Plaid Cymru also failed to win an overall majority, which is another good piece of news. Although, in fact, Wales, the reason I think that the situation in Wales is less serious, shall we say, than it might be in Scotland, is because in Wales they don't have that very how shall I put this? This kind of slightly hidden Irish undertone to things. That's not the case in Wales, and I think that's one of the major differences, to be honest with you. And I've heard Welshmen say the same thing, by the way, and also others, and also Scotsmen as well.
Mm. Well, Wales is the most unionist country in the union, if polls are to be believed. Quite understandably, you've got quite a lot of angry Englishmen who are like, "I'm really tired of Scots taking easy shots at me," and I think support for English independence is something like 40%. So,
Well, but everybody knows. I hope everybody knows that your accent to some degree is where you go to school, and if you spoke to an absolute true blue dyed in the wool Scotsman like crikey, what's his name? I'm trying to remember his name now. The guy who originally formed the Special Air Service.
Oh. I don't know him.
He's a great big tall Scottish guy, and I can't remember his name.
I have met another man who served with great distinction as a Scotsman, but Tommy McPherson. But that's a different ordeal altogether.
But they don't always have an absolutely Scottish accent. David Stirling, thank you, son of Britain. David Stirling was the guy who formed the M5 Liver. David Stirling was the bloke who formed the SAS in World War II. And absolutely dyed in the wool Scotsman. Didn't have a Scottish accent though, because of where he went to school. Your accent is where you go to school, largely.
I mean, that's the unfortunate thing. It sort of does amplify class differences, and that's one of the things that Britain does suffer from. But
I say, we can argue about that. You say suffer from. I think providing that the classes are to some degree permeable, which in Britain they always have been. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because we believe in hierarchy after all, I hope.
Oh yes, but I mean, one of the big problems is that you can get people who are so comically unaware of things. I think back to one of the question times over the EU referendum, where you had that painfully middle-class woman saying, "Who's going to hand me my sandwich at Pret?" Like this is your big concern, and this is one of the things about at least Britain since the 1980s that I don't really like. It's this, before then, Britain was a society based on class for sure, But the people at the top were people like Harold Macmillan, who was very paternalistic. He cared a great deal about his duty to the country as a whole. And then since Thatcher in particular, you get quite a lot of people who are very much about, I'm here for the go-getters, I'm here for the winners, and the losers can go, stuff themselves. And I don't think it's healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that we've got to believe in a hierarchy because, I mean, I don't know about the rest of the people on here, but I'm certainly a reactionary. But on the other hand, I like the traditional British and before that English system, where the aristocracy and the middle and upper classes are permeable to those who work hard and have talent and sometimes a bit of luck. That's my absolute thinking on this, and it's one of the things that I think makes Britain an exceptional country, because the most of mainland Europe was never like that.
Yeah, like you get the estates in France and the Junkers in Germany. Britain has always had definitely had a kinder perspective on this sort of thing.
Yeah, you could be like a Scottish private in, say, a Highland regiment, and if you did something exceptionally brave and got promoted, or you just served really well and got promoted and were given a commission, which was always possible, always did happen. If your son then went to a decent school, perfectly possible for him to be an officer in a Highland regiment right from the start.
Yeah,
and to me, that's one of the things that makes Britain exceptional. And I've seen like reactionaries who are not British say that that's part of the eternal Anglo thing. Well, if it is, I'm quite happy to be eternal Anglo, although I always point out that Britain is actually an Anglo-Celtic country, not just Anglos.
Well, I'd like to say Britain's exceptional for a number of reasons.
But that's why.
Can I get a here? Can I get a here? Can I get a
here for sure. Adam, what have you got to say about this stuff?
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of funny you brought it up, because I showed that Pret clip, the Pret woman clip, to a friend of mine the other day who'd never seen or heard of this before.
Mm-hmm.
And that is quite telling for a number of reasons, that whole situation. And I was kind of surprised when I watched it again. I thought, bloody hell, like there's loads of people in the audience clapping along with her with like smarmy grins on their faces, as if she's just made a really good point or something. And but there's an aspect to which like they're really missing something that's obviously right in front of them. Like how many of the gammons, as it were, actually go to Starbucks or Pret? So even within that bubble, the idea that immigration has driven down the cost of stuff is actually only assisting those people in those bubbles, and that's kind of right in front of them, and they just don't.
Well, I always find, I mean, with those sort of conversations, I always find it very interesting, which is like, well, they do the jobs that British people won't take, and it's like, well, why won't they take it? Because they pay too low. So it's like, and do you wonder that might be the reason why wages have been stagnant for 30, 40 years? And particularly in left-wing people, I've noticed you almost have a few sputters and the cogs just sort of go chink, 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 because it's just, it's something that people are just told to say. I mean, I remember, for example, fruit pickers. Fruit pickers are quite common up here. And they mainly used to come from the Czech Republic and places like that. And of course, what those sort of jobs are really good for is it's really good for 15, 16-year-old kids who want to go out and just pick some stuff during the summers and then go buy some ice creams with it or whatever. But they haven't. But the thing is that those jobs now pay terribly, and so these sort of arguments surface, and it's like, well, in the absence of huge amounts of human labor from abroad, do you not think wages would rise, and isn't that a good thing?
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, on that,
I tell you what, guys. Sorry, Alan, you carry on.
Niall just said Ataman is fruit picker pilled. I was a fruit picker when I was a teenager and I left school, and I went back more recently and worked on a farm for about year and a half, 2 years. Not as a fruit picker this time, but overseeing fruit pickers. And I mean, one of the funny things there was there was only me and one other English person on the entire farm, and
Mm.
this older lady was telling me who was the last one, and she was telling me about how they hired almost exclusively all English people, and it was only
Mm.
about 15 years ago. And she said they had this company called I'm not sure if I should actually say the name, but they had this company working for them, which was a
Mm.
Bulgarian recruiter, and they offered them large amounts of money to essentially be the sole exclusive recruiter. And then they just kind of had a restructuring where they literally got rid of all the English fruit pickers overnight.
Well, I remember, like, when I was, let me think, I was probably 16. Yeah, I think 16. So you're going back like many moons ago. And my old man was living in Bognor Regis in Sussex, West Sussex. And because I wanted to take a girl out on the weekend and I was skin, I actually went and did potato picking for a while. And let me tell you, that was fucking hard work. You filled this enormous bin with potatoes, which was probably about 4 foot by 4 foot by 3 or 4 foot. Yeah. And that made you £5 if you did that. And I can tell you, for the first 3 days I did it, I could hardly stand up straight at the end of the day. It was like bloody, and I was fit back then. I was like 16, maybe almost 17. But it was bloody hard work, and the money wasn't great. You could probably fill up. I don't know, if you were really good at it, you probably did 2 of those bins in a day, maybe 2.5. I think the first day I did 1 and a bit, because I've never done it before. So yeah, it was really hard work. But as other people have said, like if you didn't have all these hundreds of thousands of foreign labourers coming in, then they would have to pay slightly higher wages for it.
Well, the thing is, it's not even, they wouldn't even be paying that much higher wages. I mean, when I worked on the farm more recently, I'd just come out of another job before that, and that job was all English people, and that job paid the same as the farm, and the work was just as heavy. And the only real difference, I mean, the pay was the same hour for hour. The only real difference, of course, was on the farm. It's really long hours. They basically have you on a 0 hours contract, but then they kind of might expect you to do 14 hours one day and just 7 hours another day, as actual English people with a family at home want to have an actual schedule and have an actual social life.
I mean, look, another thing I'd say about this, like in the old days, and even my father did this when he was a teenager, is like Londoners traditionally used to go hop picking in Kent. And that was almost like their holiday, but they were working during the day and then having fun in the evening. But of course, that's another thing that these days you'll probably get foreigners doing that shit too. Apart from anything else, there's no Londoners left. They all moved out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is the other thing with the like the differences between the two jobs is that in the warehouse job I did, that was getting to the point where the English people were leaving as sort of Eastern European workers were coming in. And it's also partly because like the Eastern Europeans will have like a network of relatives, friends who they're all trying to find work for. So it sort of spreads the Eastern European workforce. That a couple of them come in and they've all got friends and brothers and that can come in and fill spaces at short notice, and it just kind of grows like that. And they integrate at first, they pretend to be part of the crew, and then as the numbers build up, then they segregate and start doing their own thing.
I mean, look, the other thing I'd say, like Australia, for example, like I live in Australia, and Australia absolutely depends on backpackers and stuff to do lots of the fruit and other farm picking stuff. They totally depend on that. They wouldn't be able to do it without that. But then, of course, Australia at least has the excuse that it doesn't have a particularly big population anyway, and most of them live in the cities.
Yeah.
The other thing I thought that was strange is that I recently hasn't Boris said that he's like allowing 300,000 or something Eastern Europeans to come and do agricultural shit in the UK?
I wouldn't be surprised
Yeah,
if you did.
it was something like that. And I
Yeah.
mean that's kind of funny because I mean I was talking to people that still work at the farm, and they were saying that they got swamped by applicants over lockdown who were like, you know, local English people, and they were just rejecting them out of hand. They just did it as a formality.
But the point I'm trying to make with this is, like, you know, there's countries that people from the UK are not allowed to go to because of these bullshit lockdowns and the largely bullshit China virus. And there are, you know, there's supposed to be restrictions about whether you can go to the park or whatever the hell else you can do. But we can have 300,000 people from Eastern Europe here. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, if the stuff about the lockdowns and the China virus is true, which I don't believe it is, but if it is, then how the hell can you allow 300,000 Eastern Europeans into the country? It's just nonsense.
Mm.
They're not even hiding their hypocrisy these days.
Yeah, well they don't need to, do they?
Yeah, I mean,
mean,
you're stuck with them, aren't you? We're the Tories, and you're stuck with us. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, I was just going to say, look, I mean, I don't think from a nationalist stroke patriots point of view that the collapse of the Labour Party, the collapse of the Labour Party, yeah, that's fine. But what it allows is the Tories just to go ever more globo homo, is my fear.
I mean, there was someone a while ago. I can't remember when, but I think it was. I think it was during the 2019, in which they basically put forward this idea that there is like a conveyor belt of politics, in which the Labour will become too loopy, and then the Tories will become the left-wing party, and then they'll become some sort of nebulous right-wing party yet to
hopefully
form.
Yeah, this is what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
This is really what I'm hoping. I think this is our best hope at the moment, is that because Labour is just collapsing, and the local elections yesterday and today have just confirmed this. Like, you know, the Labour is just finished as a party.
Yeah.
Certainly for the next decade, they're done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it was absolutely fascinating. I was on a few forums from with Labour voters talking amongst themselves, and they're all talking about, okay, so how are we going to win? So first of all, they want Starmer to go away, which like is understandable, but these people seem to have this genuine idea that
they're not left wing enough.
That they're not left wing enough, and that and like I remember once I told one of them, I said, look, if you want the Labour Party to win, all you have to say is we're going to close the borders. Done. You've won.
Yeah.
And but of course they can't stomach that for multiple reasons. But and that's their problem. Their problem is that because they've become the party of idealist middle class people, they can no longer have the pragmatism that the Tories have, which is so ruthless and so dangerously good that they are now the largest. You know, they are now the oldest lasting party ever, and they have just had one of the most successful political landslides of any country in modern times. So.
Yeah. Well, again, it goes back to the whole nature of the Tory party, doesn't it? I mean, I've said before they were the party that took us into the empire and out of it, into Europe and out of it. What other ones as well? I can't remember fully. There's a few other things they've done and have them reversed, but it's like their buddies at the Sun newspaper. I think, you know, they've always been ultra pragmatist. You know, they're willing to.
It's not a strength. It's not a strength.
Well, it's a strength in that it wins them elections and it wins them.
Yeah, but it's not. What I mean is, it's not a strength for Britain and her real people.
No, I agree.
It's not good for Britain. It's a strength for a politician. If you're a politician who cares about the next election, the Tories are probably one of the best people in the world doing that. the Americans have flipped, not entirely Republican Democrat, but they flipped much more than we have, and they're normally our barometer for comparison. So you can
don't know why.
So, well, it is what it is, mate. And we've only had 3 Labour governments in the past. Going on 75 years now. We've only had 4 Labour governments in total. So,
how many years though? You've got to look at how many years each party was. I think that's more telling than the government.
Sure,
because until the vile traitor Blair's changes,
so
governments didn't necessarily last very long.
Okay, so just adding it up, it's probably something like 25 years of 75 years with Labour, or maybe less, because you've got Blair, who was around for 13 years. You've got the late Labour Party of the 1970s, 60s,
and 60s.
Yeah, well, you've got Wilson, but you've got that bit in the middle, and so what you have is 13 plus 6 plus plus 4. 13 plus 6 plus 4. Oh yes, of course, Atlee. 13 plus 6 plus 4 plus 3. So no, wait, not 3, 6. But yeah, that's a very small minority of the overall share. And
also, don't forget, one of those Conservative governments wasn't even like nominally Conservative because it was a coalition.
Yeah, but but they were the largest party, and like
avoiding that government shouldn't be counted as Conservative. I mean, like nor should Alexander Johnson's, but there we go.
We can. It's not small C Conservative, but it was big C Conservative coalition, and that's the important thing. What I'm driving at is that the Tories are ruthless in how good they are at getting elections won. And that's why I don't think going up against. That's why I don't think in many ways that a third-party solution is going to work. It's because you'll get what you got in 2015, in which the Tories basically focus grouped it to death, realised that everyone wanted an EU referendum, and they would definitely guillotine the Queen.
There we go. That's my point, and that's why I'm not Conservative.
Yeah.
Just adding to Ozzy's point, I think every leader of the Conservative Party since 1900, other than Duncan Smith and Haig, I think there was one other during the Blair years, became Prime Minister, and I think only four out of the last 19 leaders of the Labour Party have been Prime Minister. So just to put a point on that. But in terms of the third party solution, I mean, I suppose UKIP in a way, obviously they never won power, but they
didn't need to. They scared the Tories. They scared them. That's, I think, all we need to do. All we need to do is to scare the Conservatives enough about stopping mass immigration that they do.
I mean, you can say that, but normally when I've seen the Tories do this sort of behaviour, at least without inside guidance, is like they did with the EU referendum. They say, "Okay, we're leaving," and they do. They hold good to their promise. I mean, not immaculately, but kind of.
Eventually,
yeah. But now they've got a nice trick card, because now they have full control over immigration policy, and that new policy is terrible. So
yep, absolutely. But like I said, I mean, I've said this for ages. Like I said, there are two things I support. I support all of the smaller parties on the right forming some sort of loose coalition, and I'm just going to keep supporting that because I know it's the right thing to do. At least not to run against each other in seats when it comes to actual elections for the Parliament. And the other thing I support is that the one issue we have to bang on about is stopping mass immigration. And I don't care if that's immigration from Europe or if it's immigration from anywhere else. Mass immigration needs to end. Britain is overcrowded. We don't need more people. In fact, less people would be good, slightly.
Yeah, bit of a Malthusian trend. Yeah, I do agree with that though. We are desperately overbuilt.
Bits of Britain are more overcrowded than parts of India.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I bring this up with people sometimes. I say, well, don't you think it's really sad how you can't really go anywhere, at least south of the border? I mean, it's not necessarily true of the Highlands in particular,
No,
but
no,
if you go anywhere in England, you can't really go anywhere without somewhere in 5 miles radius being built on,
yeah,
and that just to me that's just miserable.
yeah. I agree totally. I know Sojourner goes on about this, and he's entirely correct. Like originally, when he started talking about this, I didn't quite get his point, but I do now, and he is entirely correct. We need wild bits of Britain. We need woodland. We need meadows. We need downs. We need mountains, and you're not going to get them if you're continually bringing in more and more people.
I don't know if you
But
guys
they will all die.
I don't know if you guys remember that YouTube channel Trigonometry. I assume they're still around.
Yes.
They had an economist on there, and they brought up the housing problem with him, and his view of the outdoors was, well, people need parks to get some exercise in. And that was what was it? Was it Roger Scruton that described economics as a dismal science? And I just thought, well, that's kind of that.
It goes older than that.
Yeah.
So that's my personal profession. I mean, that's why I'm doing a degree in, and I do have to admit that I find this sort of there is a very sort of dire area of economics in which it all becomes Excel tables and adding everything up, and of course the Tories, because they think they've lost the social game. I think that was evident in the same-sex marriage bill of 2014. They think we no longer want to play the social game, so we'll play the economics game. And how do you win the economics game? You increase the good old GDP. And for what it's worth, they've done an okay job at that. Not as good as
the GDP is a shit method of actually
it's disgusting.
measuring anything. Yeah,
it's a terrible measure, but that's what the economists use in all their wisdom and glory. So that's what we're stuck with. I mean, I've always said for quite a long time these things shouldn't be measured in GDP. It should be measured in real wage growth, because if you measure it in real wage growth, you'll notice that the Tories have been abysmal. And in fact, most parties have been abysmal since the 1980s at increasing overall wealth, and that would make you say something that should make you think about where their priorities are. But no, we care when line goes up now, so that's where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would just point out, because it's my area of interest, that in the 19th century, British working class wages continually went up. I mean, okay, there were blips when there were occasional depressions and so on, but generally speaking, from the time of Waterloo until the time of the First World War, so from 1815 to 1914, British working class wages continually rose.
Yep.
Real wages.
They went up by 120% in that period. You'll never see that again. But partly because the Industrial Revolution was a very special period of time, but it's still not entirely unachievable. One of the things you can just do is close the borders, restrict the labor supply. People have to pay more now. It's really simple.
Yeah, we were talking about. I think someone brought up the point about certain people making certain points, but leftists will they don't see the issue with immigration. And one of my friends talks about housing problems a lot, because he lives in the southeast like me, and will probably never own a house in his life, just like me. And yet he was and he posted that occasionally. He shows me these memes off of Facebook, and they're all by these lefties groups, and they're talking about the housing problem and stuff like that. And I think, but the people that make that stuff will completely ditch any concern over housing any concern over literally anything else before they ditch the messaging over immigration.
But I mean, listen, I've got to say this, guys, and I say it frequently. I'm going to say it again. It is inevitable that if you have mass immigration at one and the same time, that is going to force down wages and force up housing costs. Both of those are inevitable if you have mass immigration.
I mean, just pigging straight off that, what Aspen has said. One of the things you can tell that left-wing people have been duped into this glamorous number called GDP, because they start thinking of the economy in terms of money and not in terms of things, because money really just represents the things you can buy. And what you really want is you really want to have more things you can buy for a given hour of work, or more houses for a given population. That's going to lower housing costs. Yeah. But there's a general misconception there, and they want to. Oh, I know, we can do rent controls or something like that, which of course, which of course just puts the problem somewhere else. And I mean, for the people who get those houses under rent control, it's great, but for everyone else, no one's building houses anymore. So you've got to be smart about this. But the obvious thing to do is just restrict labor supply. It's just so obvious to me.
Restrict the number of people who are trying to go for the same resources.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what you're doing, is you're restricting the number of people going for the same amount of resources. And then lesser resources, how can I explain this? Look, if there's more and more people trying to buy homes or rent homes, that's going to force up both mortgage prices and also rents, which will suit landlords, of course. But also at the same time, if there are more and more people going for the same jobs, and particularly with lower skilled jobs, that's just going to force down wages. And again, that will suit some people. But it won't suit the majority of the population, and it doesn't really suit the nation.
Yeah, there's a bread tuber. I can't actually remember what he's called. He might be Scottish actually. He's made a bunch of videos about a bunch of stuff, and he gets shared around a lot in sort of the UK, especially on social media.
The one with the glasses.
What's his name? Yeah, the one with the glasses. Yeah, you did a response video to it.
He responded to it actually. I took it down because I can't remember what I said in it. So.
But yeah, he get. I mean, if I had a quid for every time I got sent one of these videos by some random idiot on Twitter, I wouldn't be antagonizing people on Twitter anymore. And he made a video about this, and one of the arguments he comes out with is that the suppression of wages basically doesn't exist. He does the typical thing where he doesn't say it doesn't exist, but he basically implies that it doesn't exist. And then he turns around and says, well, actually, mass immigration is done to prevent offshoring. And I think, well, why would it prevent offshoring if it didn't suppress wages in some way?
Yeah. And that's
Yeah.
before you even get into like offshoring all your manufacturing base, etc. But there we go.
Well, I mean, so there's a video by a guy I watch who I'm quite a big fan of, and one of the things he said was, because of course all the economists are pro free trade because it means more stuff, and who doesn't want more stuff? But in many ways, and he gave a good example. It's like you have a family, and there's a broken fence. Do you pay a professional person to repair this fence, or do you pay your son? And of course, your son's going to do a worse job. It's going to be done slower, but on the plus side, he gains skills, and it stays within the family. The money stays within the family, and these are the sort of principles that is for materialistic people is quite hard to grasp, but for me it just seems common sense. Like, why do we not have a manufacturing industry anymore? Like, because all of a sudden we have this pandemic now, whether you believe it's real or not, whatever, but now we all of a sudden have to import all the stuff we need to fight it. Doesn't considering that the sickness itself is important, doesn't that seem a tiny bit absurd? Does no one? A bit of vertical integration would probably do wonders for this country, and people don't seem to be a fan. It's whatever.
But also, if you get your son to do it, your son's learning that skill. And okay,
Yeah.
they might not do it great the first time, but the second time they do it, they'll be better.
Yeah, and as time goes on, like unless you're talking about something which is like we will never ever be able to produce, like I don't know, shampoo. There's not much natural oil in the UK, so like okay, so sure, you import that sort of stuff, but like you can still do the synthetics. You can still do a whole bunch of other things if you try and vertically integrate as much as possible. I mean, I'm kind of an isolationist. I don't really want anything to do with the rest of the world because the rest of the world seems to produce things like COVID and China. So,
China, yeah, indeed.
yeah, so I think it's probably best that we make sure we can look after ourselves, and if that means that we can't produce as much, well, so be it.
Let me ask you: if you're an economist, Ozzy, do you watch Radical Liberation's channel?
I do not.
Oh, you should. He's mostly a Miesian guy, but well worth watching.
I mean, so I come from. I mean, I am an economist by degree, but it's not my favorite profession. I just study it because it's pragmatic for me.
Like you said, it's a dismal science. I agree to some degree, but yeah, I would suggest not just to you, but to anyone on this channel that Radical Liberation is a good channel to follow and has a lot of good stuff on economics generally.
Yeah, pee poo economics. Yeah.
Listen, it's not my favorite subject, but actually some of his stuff is actually quite interesting because he talks about the drive for the cashless economy, for example, and how bad that would be, as if that's not entirely obvious to anyone with half a brain, as well as all this, to some degree, the kind of great reset stuff that we're seeing around this supposed, in inverted commas, pandemic, etc.
Yeah.
I remember he did what was it? He did a video, Radical Liberation, that was quite controversial. I think it was why the free market doesn't cause degeneracy. But I don't know, a load of these like sort of like really libertarian.
He's not really libertarian, mate.
Was it Miesian?
He's Miesian. He started off libertarian, and these days he's Miesian. And he's got like 7 kids, for God's sake. You can't get much more trad than that.
Yeah,
well, my grandfather had 7 kids. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you do get those. I mean, you get who's it? Herman Hopper, and he's in complete denial about the fact that he's really just an autocrat at heart. He talks about how he really likes this free market and all that sort of stuff, but in reality, which he does, but in reality, you can hear him. He's anti-democracy. He wants to close the borders.
I'm anti-democracy. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know,
it's a failed system, as Herman Hopper's book points out.
Yeah, he wants to bring back. Yeah, he wants to bring back the monarchy. It's just like, bro, just admit it, okay? You just want to.
You see, I don't necessarily see that there is a contradiction between having. I don't know that we can get back to a true monarchist system now, but I don't see that there is necessarily a contradiction between having that and also having a free market system underneath it.
Oh no, not at all. I mean, these are relatively, they're not related systems. It's just that Hopper comes from a personal background of, well, I really, really hate the government telling me where I can build my house and this and that, and then all of a sudden to go to the most extreme version of there is no longer any legal justification for power. It is just power, which is essentially what autocracy is. I find it very. I just find it a very interesting pivot. But anyway,
but it is the truth. I mean, the justification of power is having power. And
Oh,
we
no,
don't
absolutely.
have it, and we on the right have none these days. None.
Oh, no,
whatsoever.
absolutely.
What we are here is a few voices calling out in the wilderness.
Yeah.
And letting other people know that they're not the only ones who think the same way that we do.
Yeah. I mean, there is that ancient wisdom, which is might makes right. And this is something I do respect our opponents on the left for, is that they realized that a while ago. And so they decided to play the march through the institutions. And that's how they have the might now. And it's a very smart, very intelligent move. And if we had more time, it's what I would hope to do. I don't think we do have more time, so we have to probably try something more political. But if we had more time, then ideally, we'd be seeing a whole bunch of, right-wing judges and people. We'd be cramming the law schools. We'd be cramming the finance sector. We'd be cramming the civil service with all these sort of, reactionary people.
Yeah, but we don't have time.
But we do not have time to do that.
We don't have time to do a counter march through the institutions again. It's not, and also the left-wing guys who run it now are much more willing to shut people down than the right-wing guys who ran it in say 1947.
But it was originally ran on sort of a meritocratic and sort of, it was not very tribalist, but now it is very tribalist.
Yes.
And that's, hey, that's what it is.
Just to point out, Sojourner makes a good point in the chat here. And Sojourner, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know, he's sick, and that's why he's not on the stream. I think it's sad. Englishmen shouldn't be sick. They should be able to fight through that stuff. But he is sick, so he's not on the stream. He's pointing out that Hopper's point was that we were actually freer under an absolute monarch, and that's true. If you look at someone like, say, Henry V, for example, who was a relative absolute monarch, the government's interference in the vast majority of the people in Britain was very minimal. Like, he probably never had much to do with anything from the government, except maybe once a year paying some tax. And those taxes were much lower than they are today. So yeah, absolutely right. And as Faust says in the chat, the king never charged 52% income tax on anybody. It's just, it didn't happen. So yeah, I think, like, as I said, I think it's perfectly possible to have like some sort of monarchical system where you can still have a pretty free market running underneath it. I don't think that's impossible at all, and I certainly don't think that they are contra to each other, as some people seem to.
I don't think it's impossible to have a somewhat free market, but I don't think we will ever see something like medieval England again. And
I don't know.
And the reason for that is simply, back then, trade occurred. Most trade occurred off the books. There was no such thing as a receipt. There was no technology. There was no.
There was technology.
But no one was tracking your money through a digital archive.
Absolutely.
And now that's just not the case. And so seizing assets and seizing money is in many ways much easier now. And so,
hugely.
So it's, I mean, of course, I would support a more free flow of goods. I think you, at least within the UK, not outside the UK. But
I'm going to ask you about that in a minute, mate. But carry on.
Yeah, sure, okay. But but do I think we will ever have something like a 20% income tax again? No. Do I even think it's ideal to have a 20% income tax? I would think actually something like a 40% is perfectly reasonable because inequality is a problem.
You're talking about maximum rates here, I presume.
Maximum rate, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah. Anyway,
Adam,
you can ask.
Adam, what do you think about that stuff, man?
I'm fully on board with that. I'm fine with a broadly progressive tax system.
Yeah, so the more money you earn, you pay more tax, but like within limits. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is that you've got like people hate it, but you've got the Laffer curve and other such ideas. The idea that there is there is a point at how would you say? I drank my whiskey too fast, by the way. There is a point that you get much diminished returns, and beyond that, it even becomes counterproductive.
What whiskey are you drinking, Adam?
It's just Highland Park.
Oh, good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's so good. I'm a Lafroig man myself. I love Lafroig. But yeah, go on. You're Scotsman. Tell us, what's your favourite whiskey?
Oh, I'm not personally a Scotch person. I normally go for I'm normally more of a rum person, and I quite like Eldorado. But I do have a guilty pleasure, and that is Drambuie. Which
Drambuie is okay.
You see, I have my family has a very sweet tooth, and if anyone else has a sweet tooth, Drambuie is the way to go. It's all the tropical sweetness and everything distilled in Skye of all places. So that's probably my go-to. There's also a local distillery which I don't mind their whiskey, but now that I've said they're local, I don't really want to reveal much more.
No, that's fair enough. Don't do that. Don't dox yourself, man. But yeah, no, I would say that if you're going to drink rum, you got to drink Navy rum, frankly. So yeah, that's what I would say to that. You've got to drink Navy rum, which is the stuff that used to be issued to the Royal Navy. Or if you're in Australia like me, you can drink the stuff with the polar bear on it, which is okay too, because that was also issued to the Royal Australian Navy. So there we go. But okay, now we were talking about, since we're talking about economics, one of my things is that where Britain made a major mistake, in my opinion, that Churchill helped make, was that in the very early 20th century, there was this thing called the Imperial Preference Tariff, which was basically designed to make the goods that came from the Old Commonwealth, particularly, so you're talking about stuff from Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and in those days also South Africa, cheaper in the UK than stuff that came from everywhere else, and in particular from America and Germany. And I always think that Churchill crossing the floor from the Conservative Party to the Liberals over that was one of his enormous bad political errors. What do you think about that one, Ozzy?
So the tariff. Just walk me through that again. So
tariff. In the early 1900s, there was a movement to try and turn the old Commonwealth of the British Empire, not all the like black and brown nations around the world that Britain had occupied, not all of those, but there was a move to try and turn the old Commonwealth, which is to say the Anglo-Celtic people from Britain, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and back in those days also South Africa, of course, and Rhodesia for that matter, into a more solid political union. And one of the first moves in this was what was called the Imperial Tariff Reform. And the idea of it was that goods from any of those countries going into any of those countries would get a lesser tariff than goods going into any of those countries from America or Germany or France or wherever it might be. Yeah. And it was basically designed to make all of the Commonwealth countries a little bit richer and also to encourage trade between all of those Commonwealth countries. And Churchill, because he was an absolute free trader, and also, in my opinion, in many respects, a moron. I'm not a great fan. I'm not a great fan of Churchill, I have to say. He crossed the floor from the Conservative Party to the Liberals, which is why the Conservative Party never really trusted him. And I think Churchill made a mistake, and I think Britain made a mistake by not going with that. And I'm asking you, Ozzy, as an economist, whether you think that is right or wrong.
I mean, any perspective I take on, I mean, it's a bit like Kanzuk today, isn't it? I'm all for it. I'm all for those sort of unions when the culture is homogenous. So I even wonder, even if today we are really similar enough to Australians and Canadians to justify that.
Yes,
because
we are absolutely. We are.
Okay.
And
I'll take your word for that.
I live in Australia. Yes, we are. Trust me.
I'll take your word for it. As one of the things about those sort of unions is that you have to have a unified front. This is the problem with the EU, which is relatively similar, not completely similar, but they said, "Oh, we're going to have complete freedom of movement within," and on principle, that's not an awful idea if, and this is very important, each country is as wealthy as each other. But that was no longer the case after 2005, and so we had a really big mess. And so if I was seeing that in Kanzuk, I mean, we would have very similar. I suspect we'd all have pretty similar incomes. So that's not the problem. The problem is well, Canada right now. You know, I mean, the entire West Coast is basically new China, and would I really want to have an open border with the Frenchies, the Quebecois? I'm not so sure. So, I mean, in principle, at the very least with Australia, which is probably our closest cultural cousins, and New Zealand, sure. Would I say that's conditional on us saying everywhere else we have a closed border. I mean, it also probably need to start doing other things like unifying the military, unifying government aims, maybe having unified elections. I don't know, but
all of that stuff follows on. Look, the thing I've just put up there from Son of Britain. What do you make of Joseph Chamberlain's idea of imperial federation? He pushed for imperial preference too, I believe. Absolutely correct. And the idea of imperial preference was it was going to be a first step towards that. And eventually down the line, what the people who supported imperial preference were looking at was eventually you would have an imperial parliament where people from Australia and Canada and New Zealand and South Africa could send MPs there. Yeah, that was the whole point of it. And as I said, this was the thing that Churchill and people of his ilk totally disrupted and destroyed. And I think it was a huge mistake. Huge mistake.
Well, I mean, I remember learning about this in my A-level history class, so my knowledge might not be completely up to date, but in the 1950s, there were segments of the Tory party that, not most of them, but some of them who wanted to keep the empire together.
Yes, there were. Not many, but yeah.
And there were plans essentially to turn, you know, areas of Africa into huge tea farms and things like this, and like this would
slightly different. This is all very slightly different. You've got to understand, Ozzy, that what they were talking about back then was basically Anglo-Celtic people in Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and South Africa cooperating. They weren't talking about like bringing in all these places in Africa and Asia. That was not the idea.
Yeah. I mean, so as I've said before, as the longer as there is a culturally homogenous block, I don't
Yeah,
think that really.
that was the point. That
Yeah,
was the point.
like
It
I
was
yeah,
culturally
yeah.
homogenous. Yeah.
Like at the very most, I cannot say that exists in Canada anymore. I don't think it exists there, particularly in the big population clusters in Toronto and Vancouver.
No, but the most Canadian places in Canada are these days in the west of Canada. That's
Yeah.
absolutely certain. I have Canadian friends who have told me this. Yeah.
Yeah,
But that's not to say there are not plenty of good Canadians in the eastern states. They're just outnumbered by the incredible amounts of immigration that this moron Trudeau is allowing in these days.
Yeah, and I think everyone is in agreement in which we say that South Africa is FUBAR. So so I guess it would.
But it didn't. But it didn't used to be. I mean, I lived.
It didn't used to be.
I lived there for 15 years, mate. So you know.
I mean, it's a touchy subject. My father was from Rhodesia, and so my family has a bit of
damn good country.
So my family has a bit of a stake in the matter.
Used to be one of the best countries in Africa. Now it's one of the worst. I wonder why.
My great uncle's signature's on the UDI. He was Minister of Roads and Transport.
Good. That's something to be proud of.
But yeah, so that's the. I mean, I would personally say though that avoiding countries like South Africa, I think we all know what we mean when I say that. Is probably the wisest move. So if it's Australia, so essentially what I'm hearing is if we did a union with Australia and New Zealand, would that be a good thing? And the answer is probably
Canada.
Yeah, not just economically, which I don't want people to get this idea that I'm basically a very cynical banker, but culturally and mentally, and spiritually. I mean, I'm more skeptical about Canada, but you've already heard me explain why.
Yeah.
I have relations in Canada, don't get me wrong. But
they can fight back. Canada can fight back just like Britain can and Australia can. And New Zealand could. New Zealand needs to fight back badly at the moment.
Yes. The thing is, though, is that with Canada, I thought they could, but like if you're not going to vote out Justin Trudeau, then what does it take? I mean, that for me.
Yeah, that was very disappointing, but I have to say, what I know from my Canadian friends, and like there's at least one guy on our Discord who's a Canadian and a good Canadian. And what I know from those guys is that they don't have a decent right-wing pie. Very much the same as UK. Very much the same as New Zealand, I have to say. This is the problem. If you do not have a good right-wing party, that's how the left-wing get around. And in UK at the moment, like people are voting Tory because they hate the Labour Party, and I mean that's good up to a point, but they haven't yet realised that the Tory Party are not right-wing, and this is the problem.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of them not realising that the Tories aren't right-wing. I think people are perfectly aware that the Tories have failed on so many promises. Like remembering the marriage equality bill, I think like the Tories did they suffer like a 50% loss in membership or something like that. But beyond that, it's not that they don't realise it. It's just that from the perspective of playing the political game, you know, without trying to sound like game theory and all, there is no other. You have no other choice. And and also one of the things that the Tories have and Labour have/had, which none of these news parties will get, is money. And the Tories have a lot of money. Like people think that the Tories just sort of neglected on their promises, particularly around immigration. No, it's entirely intentional because they know which side their their bread is buttered on.
They want those big multinational corporations keep giving them those donations. Yes.
Yeah.
Totally right. Totally right.
They want cheap labor. So That's
Yeah.
what that's part of the reason Boris Johnson wasn't so hard on. That's one of the reasons why Boris Johnson wants to give amnesty to illegals and was very easy on them when he was London mayor.
Yep.
It's because he knows that in many ways the Conservative money, if old Labour got its money from the unions, then the Conservatives get their money from institutional banks and all that sort of stuff.
Corporate globo
Yeah.
homo.
And that's why it's going to be, if we are going to have a breakout, it's going to be really hard. It's because there is no other I can't really think of any other part of the country now of the high interest, the upper classes, whose interests aren't represented. And so unless you have a big crowdfunding campaign to set up a new party, it's gonna be hard, slow going. So
And yet we made it with Brexit.
we made it, sure, but you also have to remember that there was a lot of moneyed interests in Brexit as well. Like, don't get me wrong, most of the financial areas
was anti Brexit.
Was anti, but the manufacturing areas in particular, you get Richard Dyson and those
But
sort of people.
but manufacturing in the UK is like one of the weakest bits of the whole economy.
It's one of the weakest.
Sadly.
But it still has its representatives and millionaires and billionaires. And of course, one of the reasons why it's one of the poorest parts is because the manufacturing areas which do exist in the UK end up outsourcing all their production to India and just keep their headquarters in the UK. Exactly. So this is one of the things that I'm concerned when people say, "Oh, we need a new party." It's like, unless you've got a really, really intelligent way of appealing to people in a cheap way, you can do that through software, you can do that through web scraping and all that. You are working against the tide because
we're all working against the tide, guys. I mean, come on, Aussie. This is what we're doing. I mean, if we thought this, does anyone think this is going to be easy?
Yeah. No, it's not about it being easy. It's
about it being right.
Well, yeah. It's. I guess you could say it's about it being right. But Neil said earlier that our best shot is infiltrationism, and this is the point at which I can't disagree, because all the old
takes too long.
Well, maybe it does, but
I'm not saying that shouldn't be one arm of what we do, because it probably should. But I think generally it takes too long. We've got to do other things as well.
Not got the numbers either, probably.
We don't have. Yeah, but one of the things that I'm thinking of personally, America. I mean, of course, is complete foobar. That there is no saving America, but its last proper hope, well, quote hope, is the America First initiative to basically try and change the Republican Party.
Oh God, no! I'm sorry, I just don't agree with that at all. America First is controlled opposition and bullshit.
Really?
That's a bit.
I wouldn't go that far.
You talking about Fuentes?
Yeah.
He's made some bad decisions, I agree.
He's made some bad decisions because he's a stupid kid. I mean, he's only just like 2 years older than me or something.
Yeah, exactly. He's 21 or whatever he is. I mean, honestly, do you know what? When I was 21, I was an arrogant prick, but I'd also been shot at and people tried to kill me. No one's ever done that to Fuentes.
Yes, but Duke, I mean, the military puts a very unique perspective on things. And Fuentes is just a silly Chicago kid. That being said, you cannot deny that he has had his effect. And he has had an effect. Now, don't get me wrong, it's too late for America. If this was done 10 years earlier, then maybe they stand a chance, but they don't. But if we did this, now, because Britain does have more time.
We don't have much more time. We got like 15, 20 years before we're a minority in our own nation.
I think it's more like 40, but I think it's 45 to be precise.
No, I'm talking about more than America.
60%. Oh, I think what we're looking at is probably something like 30 years. It's been a while since I ran the numbers myself.
Yeah.
As
as far as I know, look, I might be wrong, but as far as I know, US is going to be minority white people about 2045, and UK is going to be 20 years after that. If we carry on at the same numbers as we have at the moment.
Yeah. So, like, I that being said, like, I do think infiltrationism, like, will it solve everything? No. Do I think it would have a reasonable effect? Yeah. Do I think it's our best shot? Also, yes. That's probably the cut and dry of it, because I don't think there's really any other alternatives. Because to change politics in the country, like, this is something that people seem to not really pay attention to. It's not just enough to get the bottom to vote for it, because when you get the bottom to vote for it, you get UKIP in 2015, and then no one voted for them ever again. You need sustained institutional.
But they stopped because of the referendum. To be fair,
but UKIP could have, if UKIP had the proper funding and rebranding, they could have said, okay, well, now we're about this or we're about that, but they didn't.
No.
And so what you need is people on the top. And that's hard. I don't think there is a lack of people on the top who are on our side, but I think they're already invested. So you go where their investments are, as opposed to making them invest in you. Because who are you? You're just a normal hoddery todge on the internet.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, we're just voices crying out in the wilderness. And the best thing we are doing, I hope, is letting other people know that they're not alone in thinking what they think. That's what I hope we're doing. Adaman, what are you going to say on this stuff, mate? You haven't said much for a while.
I mean, every victory you can get is actually prolonging that amount of time, that 15 years over America. I will say that I think, like, saying 50 to 60 years from now is probably a bit optimistic, because I mean earlier, a couple of months ago, the reports came out on schools, and it listed demographics in schools, and like white British kids are already white English kids are already a minority in nursery now. So in the next sort of 5 to 10 years, that'll be moving up to other schooling institutions.
I'm not so sure that's true.
No?
Now, no, don't get me wrong. Okay, I could be entirely wrong here, but the last report I read on that was from I think it was from 2018 or 2019, and it was basically white British kids are like, I think it's at the upper echelons it's about 75%, and at the lower echelons it's 66%. Which, don't get me wrong, it's not ideal, but I think you're painting an overly bleak picture. In certain areas, I have no doubt that's true, but I don't think that holds for the country in general. I think there is reason. I think there is reason to believe that we have time. Don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean we should be do-lallying about it, like PA is doing, like making fucking bake sales or whatever they do. But there are some gains to be made, and there are some things that we can do. And one of those things is possibly developing a cultural hegemony within right-wing discourse, and that could be done partly through an aspect of the Tories. Not all of the Tories, but like if you got the 1922 committee for a start to basically release a conference about, I don't know, population composition, I think that'd be a huge start. And yeah, so we can do this. We can do this.
Adam?
Okay, so I've just got the data up again, and I've looked at it, and it's specifically state-funded nurseries.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, is nursery compulsory
Yes, but bear in mind, guys, it's state-funded nursery, so it's going to be a little bit skewed because that's going to be poorer people.
Yeah. I don't know.
I sent my son to a nursery, but we paid for it. It wasn't state-funded.
So this is from the 28th of February. And it's state-funded nurseries. White British is 49.1%. State-funded primary is 65. State-funded secondary is 65.9. And yeah.
So the trend is not good.
It's not good, but
No.
we have time.
But you are right in saying, Ozzy, that because that's state-funded stuff, there's going to be a lot of kids in private schools who won't be included in those figures. But they won't be the majority of kids.
They won't be the majority, but they will be an increasing proportion. You are going to start seeing in the UK what you see in the United States, in which you're not going to get segregation per se, but you're going to see de facto segregation.
Well, we were talking last week. I think Atom and you and Royal, you'll remember this. We were talking on this show last week about how homeschooling has got to be one of the ways to go for British parents.
Yeah, but as time goes on, this is not a condemnation of anyone. It's just human nature. But you're getting this with the white flight from London and all this sort of thing, and you got this in America only 100 years ago or so with the Great Migrations northward, and you will start
westward, surely.
When it's coming from.
Oh, do you mean northward from the southern states?
Yeah, from Dixie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. That didn't help America much as far as I can work out, but okay.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to condemn anyone here. It happened because, but people do genuinely seem to self-sort. They do that with their partners as much as they do it with their neighbors. And one of the things that we will probably start seeing in the UK is we're going to start. I mean, it's already happened. There's already ghettos. But particularly in London, but it's probably going to become even more extreme. Like you get Baltimore in the US, which is like an exclusively African American constituency, and in the UK that might be somewhere like Leicester, and then other areas like Chichester or Lincoln will become exclusively white areas, and it's not fun. This is not a good thing. I don't think it's good for people to be like this, but it's a natural consequence of human nature.
But in Britain's case, unlike America's, this is entirely self-inflicted.
Absolutely.
Because in 1945, like there were less than 500,000 black people in the whole of black and brown people in the whole of the United Kingdom.
Yeah, absolutely. And
so it's entirely self-inflicted.
Yeah,
and mostly by the Labour Party, although the Conservatives have done nothing to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Powell made a very good part of his speech about how, like, the situation for African Americans who were, they have a very, very different context to how they were brought there, and in many ways, you can understand their perspective. For us, it's just kind of absurd.
It is, because Britain never had slavery. Like in Britain itself, slavery was never a big deal. And at the very latest, the 1780s, slavery was entirely illegal within Britain itself. You couldn't be a slave in Britain. There was a legal ruling so that the air of Britain was too free and you couldn't be a slave.
You get the you see this in the rhetoric, this sort of absurdity to it, though. These concepts that are used over by these various groups over in America. They'll say that it's because of the carryover from Jim Crow and stuff like that, and then they'll just try and plant the arguments wholesale over here, and people just run with it.
Yeah, and it's ridiculous. As I said, it was illegal to be a slave in Britain before America was legally a nation. Because America only legally became a nation in, 1783 or 1785?
1783. But I think the Constitution was written in 1789. So salt to
Right.
taste.
So by the time the American Constitution was written, it was totally illegal to be a slave within the British Isles. We never had them. We never did. And then, of course, not long after that, in 1803, Britain made the slave trade illegal and actually enforced that at a considerable cost in treasure and blood, particularly from the Royal Navy and the Royal Marines. We enforced that. And then in 1833, 30 plus years before America, Britain made slavery illegal in the whole of the British Empire. It's just such a nonsense to try and put this American story onto Britain. It's utter crap.
Yeah, but how do you stop it?
Well, tell people the truth, which is what I just did, I hope.
Well, I mean, it's funny. It's funny you say that. So one of my ancestors who sits who has a statue in Edinburgh, the Viscount Henry Dundas. He was victim of the protests last summer because he delayed the abolition of slave trade bill, and people seem to misunderstand why he did that. Because at the time, the House was held over. He was a Whig, and the House was mainly held by Tories, and they were going to vote against it. And he waited until he knew that he could get the bill passed, but they tried to take down his statue, and there's a general sort of, because Britain is powerful, or because Britain was powerful, and they had slaves at some point. There's this fascistic belief that those two must go hand in hand, and of course, it's kind of hard. It's hard for us to say. It's hard for us to say, well, here's actually why these countries struggle. I mean, I have my beliefs as to why, but I will not even go closest to saying them anywhere on a stream. But like, you get these. If you were to tell people, well, it's not slavery or this or that, which is why you guys are having a hard time. They'll go, well, why is it? And where do you go from there? Seriously, what do you say? Exactly.
I don't know.
What do you think, man?
I don't know. He's right, but yeah, it's a tough one.
I mean, basically, these people are just lying, is the real truth of it. They're just lying about history, which is like, what the left generally does.
Yeah, but they have control of the means of communication, so.
Yeah, they have the mainstream media. Yeah, I agree totally. But
I mean, this is something where I can't. I mean, I don't disagree with them, but I do kind of find it kind of funny. You'll get a lot of people that will say, "Well, the public is essentially pro-lockdown, so you should just kind of go along with it," or other such issues. And I kind of think, yeah, but it almost doesn't actually matter. It's about who owns the means of communication and what they do with it. And if you can break that or take it over, it doesn't actually matter if your positions are unpopular. You just make them popular.
Well, you see, I see part of what we're doing is kind of a tiny little pinprick fight back against that. Which it is, because a few hundred people will watch this stream eventually, and those few hundred people at least will learn the truth. Is that not true?
Yeah.
Roy, you haven't said anything in a while, mate.
Well, I mean, it is true. I suppose. I don't know. I suppose it's a whole of sorts. Yeah. I mean, I think there's absolutely value in it. I think people are starting to pick up on the things that people like us are saying, slowly but surely. So yeah, I mean, it's always good to be optimistic. I think
I
there's
mean,
absolutely
what else can we do? We could shut up, I suppose, and then like there'd be nobody saying anything really, except for assorted Nazi laughers who are going to pretend that various bad Austrian painters were good guys. You know?
Highly respected authors.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's my view about this. Is I don't know what else to do. If I could come up with a better plan, I'd do it, but I don't have one.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, I've been thinking a lot about like one of the other things that people often bring up is they'll say like, oh well, people wouldn't come out for grooming gangs, so there ain't going to be some big uprising or revolution. But it's never like it's never a particularly large majority that come out and do that stuff anyway. The only reason
No.
they can get away with it is because the larger population gets a sort of a sense of apathy about them, and they won't defend those institutions, not verbally or otherwise.
Yeah, no, I think that you're wrong about that at all.
But I mean, you could point to I had a bit of a big disagreement with some people over this. You could point to like the fact that membership in political parties is falling through the floor. I think that's one example of the beginning of certain feelings of apathy.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think that's wrong. I'm just trying to look up something on grooming gangs I saw last week that I can put a link in the chat to, which I'm just about to do. There we go.
I think I suppose the thing is how do you increase the apathy? do you almost have to just do what the left did for years and just be massive cultural critics, but critics of their culture that they've built?
I mean, you could do. I mean, you'd be surprised like how effective it is. I mean, like 50 years ago, there was quite a funny bill in France because I think it was some prisoners gang raped an underage child or something, and you all of a sudden saw all these huge French intellectual heavyweights like Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir. They were all signing this bill which says, "Oh yeah, the age of consent should be like 12 or something." And like, I think in Spain now the age of consent is 13 or something.
Yeah, in a lot of Europe, it's lower than UK, where it's 16.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. 16 is pretty reasonable. I think 16 is probably about the right age. But
I think
like,
16's all right if the boyfriend is 18. I'm not so sure it's all right if the boyfriend is 30. But there.
Yeah, of course. Like, but that was done 50 years ago, and now all of a sudden across the West, we're telling 4-year-olds about how to use condoms and all that sort of shit. So
and how to change their sex.
Yeah. So
and it's okay for 7-year-olds to dance in gay bars and strip and have gay men putting dollar bills in their underwear.
Yeah.
Somehow or other, that is not degenerate.
Yeah, so that's so that happened in 50 years, and it all started because a bunch of weird idiots of a new philosophical movement in France were had a horn that they needed to stab. So that's, I mean, will it be as effective if we do it? I don't know, but I mean, you can take what you want from that.
I just think, like, I'm sorry, Atman, I just think that it's disgusting that we allow all this transgenderism and all this stuff onto kids or who are toddlers, basically. It's just disgusting. I'm sorry, Atman, carry on, mate.
Well, I mean, to kind of to bring that up again. I had, I mean, there was a couple of women at work actually who I was talking to, and Harriet Harman was talking on the radio, and they're not like most modern women. They're not like out and out feminists, but they still have a little bit of a leaning that way. And they were basically agreeing with what Harriet Harman had said, and I just pointed out that Harriet Harman lobbied for a paedophile advocacy group.
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
and literally one of them came up to me just the other day and said, I can't actually look at her the same way now.
Wasn't that Mambler or whatever it's called?
I can't actually remember.
Something like the Man Boy Advocacy Group or something.
Oh no,
like that.
yeah, it was Pi. The
Pi, that's right. Yeah, it was Pi. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Pedophile Information Exchange. God
the
almighty.
name is cursed.
Yeah, exactly. And the only thing you'll ever get in the British press is that some white dude was caught with, I don't know, 25,000 pedophile images on his computer, but you'll never hear anything about the grooming gangs, who are actually mostly what Britain calls Asian grooming gangs, are actually mostly Muslim, almost, but not totally, entirely Pakistani child rape gangs who target very young white English schoolgirls.
And are broadly probably still operating.
And
as well.
Sikhs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
Sikhs too, but mainly English.
Mhm.
And school children. They target school children.
Yeah.
And this doesn't cause an outrage. My father or grandfather would have exploded about shit like that, and these days nothing happens.
Well, I remember the first time I heard that, I must have been 13 or 14. And I heard, oh, there's a rape scandal. And so I was like, oh, wow, how many... it can't have been, this will surely be about 5 or 6 girls. And then I saw 1,400. Like, how does that happen? 1,400, and I mean now it must be what in the
now it's
100,000.
hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, it's like
it's all over.
How
it's
does
all
that
over
happen?
the UK and particularly in England. Everywhere from the north of England to Oxford, for fuck's sake. And the only place we don't hear about it is London, because it doesn't happen in London. I'm sorry, no, it's not. It's because it's not reported in London because it's Sadiq Khan's London.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that sits in my head is just, if you're going to have kids, which I encourage everyone here to do not have them in cities. Do not subject your daughters to something like that. Just no way.
Well, I was going. While I think about that, I was going to say to Ataman earlier. Ataman, if you're in the southeast, mate, go and move to the southwest. That's what I'd do if I was you.
Yeah, find the Wurzels.
Go down to Devon or Cornwall. Those places are still fairly based.
I have actually
very
looked at this a bit.
Yeah, you should look at that, mate. You should look at that for sure. And also in Cornwall, the house prices are actually lower.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to be just another outsider coming in though.
Well, but you wouldn't be. I mean, particularly as things get worse and worse, which they continue to do. You're English. I used to spend, my two favourite places in the whole of Great Britain are the far southwest of Cornwall and the far northwest of Scotland, and they have a lot of similarities. They're both like lots of cliffs and the ocean, and not all that many people. And that's definitely one of the two areas I would go to. Like I used to go holidays in Cape Wrath, which Ozzy I think will probably know where that is.
Yeah.
It's the highest cliffs in Europe, I do believe. And absolutely beautiful part of the world. And if I didn't go there, I'd go down to as far south in Cornwall as I could get, basically. So yeah, I if I was you, I'd be looking. I mean, if you want something that's more like kind of southeastish, then go to Devon, because Devon is pretty much still southeastish, but is also pretty rural, but close enough to civilization if that's what you want.
Mm.
I definitely would move out of the southeast these days if I was a UK guy. I mean, I loved Berkshire back in the time, but I'm talking about 20 years ago, mate, you know. From what I hear these days from people like Sojo who used to live there, is that even that place is getting like infected with this stuff.
Yeah.
Mm. Black pilled again.
Well, not really, because like, you know, there has to be a point where we make a stand, man. There has to be.
Well, I mean, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. It's not happened before. Put it that way. I mean, South Africa basically just folded its cards. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not a big fan of
Bit
apartheid.
different. Bit
Yeah.
different.
Bit
And
different.
I was there when that happened, so I
Yeah.
have a view on that. But carry
Yeah.
on.
You know, and don't get me wrong. South Africa has its own context, and I'm not. I'm not comparing like with like, but I have known countries in the past to have basically said, "Yeah, we're going the way of the dodo, so be it." And
I don't think the British will do that. I think England and Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland are a bit greyer than that they will do that.
I don't think Northern Ireland will, at the very least. I think the Northern Irish, if there's only going to be one holdout in the entire world which remains staunchly nativist, it's going to be Northern Ireland.
Well, then everyone will move there, I hope.
Yeah, they'll be playing the sash after Jesus Christ comes down and saves us all. But places like England, I'm not so sure. Hopefully not. I could be wrong, but
Damn, I don't think so, man. This is Henry V's nation you're talking about.
it was. But then the Great War happened, and then all the other stuff happened, and then the industrial. You know, we got comfortable. We live very comfortable lives now, and
that belongs to them.
we don't like to get up from our desks and actually have to do something.
I don't know about that. I think there are more good people in England than some people often think. Still. What do you reckon about that, Royal Oak? You haven't said anything for a bit.
Well, yeah. I mean, to an extent, I suppose, if you're from like the southeast, that's kind of where you are. You know, you're an East Anglian. Well, that's not East Anglian, is it? Kentish, I suppose. You could be Kentish. That's in the southeast.
If you're southeast, you're really a Wessex man.
Wessex man, of course.
If you're going to go back to Alfred the Great, so.
That's more like South Central, isn't it? Like Winchester, Southampton. But,
yeah, but all the way, Wessex was all the way across to Sussex and Kent.
No. Well, I think Kent was originally its own kingdom, wasn't it? But anyway, Essex and Kent. Yeah. But besides the point. But I don't know. I suppose point one of the nation is sorry. Point one of nationalism is the nation. So I suppose I think to an extent, people in Britain do still have like a sense of regional identity. You know, down here, there's certainly a strong sense of regional identity, just because obviously there's a big hill that the Romans didn't cross just outside Exeter, and you know there's the moors and there's a big river going into Cornwall. So I mean, I don't know. People will always have a tie to their local community. I don't think you can say to someone like necessarily like, oh, you need to up sticks and move from the area where your ancestors have lived. Obviously, you know, people are from all over the place these days because of, you know.
But Royal Oak, everyone from London more or less had to.
Well, I did, to be fair. I'm from London.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Because London was betrayed before everywhere else, basically. You know, even when I was a kid, like in the 1970s, London was still basically London. I mean, yeah, there were areas like Brixton, which were like areas that were not so salubrious, that were full of immigrants. But fuck me, I was born near Peckham, for God's sake, and Peckham in the early 1970s was only about 20% black, and now it's 100% black, pretty much. It's just ridiculous, mate. How far are we going to retreat? You know.
Well, there was quite a rarity that I faced today. That there was like there was a guy who came into my work, and he was like, "Why?" I can't really do it like Landon, sort of like South London. I was inclined to say to him West Ham or Millwall. I think he was wearing a Millwall shirt underneath, so I think that probably answers the question. But
mate, you know, mate.
It's quite a rarity.
Around you.
It's quite a rarity to see a London person out in the world. But, it would be but Bermondsey, whatever, southeast.
Well, they're so stuck in the idea that nothing outside London that happens.
Well, yeah.
Well, I'm a Bermondsey boy. I'm a Bermondsey boy originally, guys. I have to tell you. But yeah.
West Ham or Millwall? That's the question.
Oh no! Listen, I was a West Ham supporter, but my old man used to take me to Millwall, and my younger brother was a Millwall supporter who used to travel around supporting Millwall. For God's sake, I never liked football very much. To be honest, I was always a cricket and rugby union guy, but I was always a bit strange, you know. In my area, like I read books, for example.
Millwall's a good right wing club, so there you go.
No idea, mate. If they didn't take the knee, I'll agree with you. But apart from that, sports ball is shit, as far as I'm concerned. All of it. The England team these days, whether you're talking about soccer or cricket or rugby union, they're not England teams anymore. They're just not. Look at the players, for God's sake. It's like, how can you support those teams anymore? I used to adore Ashes matches with Australia, and like when the Lions came down to Australia and the England team came down to Australia, England's still the only Northern Hemisphere team ever to win the Rugby Union World Cup. But they were English teams, but they're not anymore. And actually, if I'm going to be really honest, the Australian teams are not totally Australian either. It's just a big con. Sports ball is bread and circuses, and all of us need to leave it.
I mean, I still remember with fondness when I used to be taken by friends of the family. I used to be taken to test matches, and we'd be seated with the Barmy Army, and they would be, chanting all the stupid things like "Stewart Broad, my lord, Stewart Broad."
They were damn good blokes, mate. I knew some of those guys.
They were just,
good guys.
Oh no, do not get me wrong. The Barmy Army are just some of the greatest chaps I've ever met, but it was such fun, and like now it is so corporate. British sport is so corporate. It's just.
The Barmy Army, when I lived in South Africa, like the last job I did in South Africa, I was running a tour office in Durban, in Natal. And I actually, because England were coming down to South Africa and I loved cricket, I got in touch with the Barmy Army. And so I ended up sending these guys on all sorts of tours around the Anglo-Zulu war battlefields and the Anglo-Boer war battlefields and to game reserves at Umfolozi, Shishlui, and all over the place, diving tours and sailing tours. And these guys, they said to me, they actually gave me a ticket for the first day of the test in Durban to come and sit with them and watch England South Africa. So I sat with them, and I so enjoyed it that I did it for 3 days on the spin. And then these guys, this was in 2000, so there was this huge millennial concert in Durban. And these guys gave me a free ticket to it, which was like more than I could have afforded otherwise. Because South African brand wasn't worth jack shit in those days. And I got this free ticket to this thing just because I sat with them for 3 days. Barmy Army were great guys, really good guys. And huge numbers of them were like investment bankers in Hong Kong and shit like this. They weren't the guys people thought they were, you know?
Yeah.
But they were actually nice blokes. And just because I sat with them for 3 days and cheered England on, because the day I don't cheer England on is the day I'm not breathing anymore. But these days I just don't, I can't watch it anymore, mate, because they're not the teams they're supposed to be. It's just a lie, like so much else in the modern world. You know, the England cricket team is not the England cricket team anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when France won the World Cup in.
You mean when West Africa won the World Cup?
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean,
And
without
England are going that way, exactly.
yeah, without trying to put a too overt spin on it. I mean, it was quite something to see. I also, there's also quite those funny pictures of Macron being pictured with some very sturdy gentlemen from south of the border.
Was his little old lady there who was his child abuser when she was his teacher? Was she there?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, watching the ordeal from the sidelines.
I mean, in that instance, they even had there was that comedian, that South African comedian, who pointed this out and took the piss out of this. Trevor Noah.
Yeah.
And I mean that was kind of like funny, but also immensely gaslighting, that he would be the first guy screaming about my diversity and my multiculturalism, and then he's literally using those same arguments to try and like take the World Cup win away from France, as if like proving all of our points.
Yeah. I mean, tell me, look, England won the World Cup the Soccer World Cup in 1966. 11 Englishmen beat 11 Germans. You know?
Was a World Cup, doo-dah, doo-dah.
Yeah, and I was never a big supporter of that, but I've got to say, but it was 11 Englishmen who beat 11 Germans, you know. And Jeff Hurst from West Ham was the only guy ever in history to score 3 goals in a World Cup final. So there you go. But it's like they were actually representatives of the nations, and modern sports teams ain't. They're just not. I mean, I'm sorry, like some guy from West Africa and some guy from Jamaica and some guy from wherever the fuck else, they're not Englishmen. So I don't care if they win something in the name of England, because they're not Englishmen.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure how many of you watched the Six Nations.
I used to love it, but I don't watch it anymore.
But I mean, so the most entertaining game I will hold was the England-Scotland game at the start, and I can just remember I was watching it with friends, and it was noticeable that all the English side took a knee, and like only 2 or 3 people on the Scottish.
Yeah, I saw the photograph. Yeah, base Scots.
I just saw that, and I was just like, "Oh,
sorry.
England, my England! I'm so sorry."
I'm never. Look, imagine being an Englishman and going on your knees.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It just makes me so angry. It's like my dad or my granddad or my great granddad would have exploded to see that.
Well, they wouldn't if they were growing up now.
But they're not. Yeah, they weren't. Yeah, but they weren't. They were growing up in the real Britain, you know. The real Britain. Adam, you know, it's like where we are now is clown world.
Post Diana Britain.
It's lies. Yeah. Not wrong. But just lies, basically. You know. I mean, Diana was a whore, and all these people. She was very stupid. Yes, nymphomaniac. But yeah, she was a whore. She fucked anything that moved, basically, going down to Egyptian shopkeepers.
But I mean, what I meant by that is I'm piggybacking off what Peter Hitchens said, in which, you know, there is
Churchill's funeral to Diana's funeral. Yeah. The Abolition of Britain. That was the book.
Yeah.
And it's a good book, well worth reading. But Diana was basically a whore.
Yeah,
that's what she was.
Yeah,
and Harry is one of the results.
No, not our boy Harry. Sad face.
No. Harry is one of the results. He's the son of a British Army officer who he doesn't just resemble, but is the spit of.
So you actually believe that theory?
Oh, I absolutely 100%, as did everyone else in the British Army at the time. Like my regiment, I joined the Queen's Regiment. Okay, someone's
Yeah.
now going to say that I was in the RAF or the Royal Navy because apparently I say this too frequently. But like when I joined the British Army, I joined my family regiment, but I couldn't join my real family regiment, which was the Middlesex Regiment, the 57th Foot, the old diehards. I couldn't join them because they'd been amalgamated, so I had to join the Queen's Regiment. And after I left, the Queen's Regiment itself was amalgamated and turned into the Princess of Wales's Royal Regiment. And everyone I knew, without exception, immediately started calling the Princess of Wales's Royal Regiment the Royal Whores because they were named after Princess Diana.
That's
without exception, and everyone knew that Harry was that British Army officer's son. Everyone knew.
So,
and then she just went down and down. She went from British Army officers to etc., and eventually finished up with an Egyptian shopkeeper who ran Harrods. So
the fall from grace.
The Egyptian shopkeeper's son who ran Harrods. I beg your pardon. But she was a whore. I'm sorry. If that was my woman, I would have called her a whore, because she was.
Well, I mean, if it was my woman, she wouldn't be my woman.
You would have left her, exactly. I would have left her and then called her a whore. But the point I'm trying to make is that everyone got so upset because she was so wonderful, and I don't know why, but she was a fucking whore. When did it become okay to be a whore? I don't know.
Birth control.
Yeah.
Well, birth control, abortion on demand, no fault divorce, all of that. Okay.
Well, no, but it's quite staggering the difference that birth control made, in particular. You can look at this at the start of the 1960s. In the United States and the United Kingdom, when birth control was legalized, violent crime spikes, marriage rates collapse, single parenthood goes through the roof. That's if you want to know when that became acceptable, it was around that time.
Yeah, absolutely. It was disaster. Absolute disaster. But we are talking today on this stream about when the Conservatives thought, okay, let's have gay marriage too. This is how far we have fallen. And now, of course, you've got the real left-wing people in America, and they're not all like extreme communists. A lot of them are just Democrats saying, well, it should be all right for a woman to abort a baby the day after it's born.
Partial birth abortions and stuff like that,
Yeah, which is basically murder as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I mean, it already was murder. It already was murder.
But it should be all right as women, If you kill your baby the day after it's born, don't marry a woman. Your body, your choice, It's just fucking ridiculous, man. We are in clown world. I know people keep saying this, but this is real clown world.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had 2 women kill babies from me. I had no choice in. No choice. Couldn't stop them. Not if I really, really desperately wanted to. Couldn't do a damn thing about it. But had they decided to have those babies, I would have been paying for them until those kids were like 18, 19, 20 or whatever it might be. It's, again, clown world. It's just clown. And I tell you, for a start, the first case of those women, which was before I was married, I would have absolutely married her. And I said that to her and told her I would, and she still killed the baby.
Yeah.
So, where is this, if you're going to have some responsibility, you really ought to have some sort of vote about it, shouldn't you? Yeah. According to all these modern people.
Well, I mean, it's the unfortunate reality that when you consent and she consents, you are consenting to having a baby and she isn't. That's just the world we live in. That's why I wouldn't advise people so the wild oats too much, so to speak. I understand it's only natural, but rein it in if you can.
Yeah, but you must understand. Look, this was a girl I'd been going out with for like a long time.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
not
yeah.
a couple of months.
Then the context changes. Yeah. Harry inherited Diana's intellect or lack of.
Well, yeah. Look, I mean, look. He married this second-rate actress who now tries to claim the whole British royal family is somehow racist.
I mean, I'm just amazed at his pick of woman. I mean, like she's like 38 now, isn't she? She's going to look like in 10,
Yeah,
20.
She's older than him. She was never very talented. And like, if you were Prince Harry, okay, so Prince Harry was this son of Diana and supposedly a royal prince, and also something of a war hero as well. Like, I reckon I could have got any woman in the world.
Pick of the litter. Pick of the litter.
He's not the most ugly bloke in the world. I reckon I could have got any fucking woman in the world had I been Prince Harry, and I would go for this second-rate, half-caste actress. Not very likely.
Yeah, and the best part is that sorry to interrupt you, but in 2 or 3 years' time, she's not going to even be something he would look at twice. But that's
well, I don't think she's all that great now, but I mean that's just me. I mean,
yeah.
My friend, who I've gotten into watching your stream, who keeps messaging me, who from here on out I'll refer to as Deep Throat. He said second rate, bit generous.
But if you were Prince Harry, would you need generous?
Yeah, yeah. She's perhaps more of an actress in the old sense of the term as opposed to the modern sense of the term.
No, but you see, this is what I don't get. Like, I mean, honestly, you. All right, I'm gonna blackpill some young guys here, but if you pay women enough, they will do anything. Like, there's nothing women won't do for money. Trust me. Like, the most appalling things you could think of, women will do for money. And if you are a royal prince, supposedly, and not the most ugly man in the world, relatively rich, and at something of a war hero too at the time, really, you can do better than that bitch, mate. Amazingly better.
Yeah,
in fact, I probably could do better than that bitch like 3 times at the same time.
I think Oak did tweeted about this a while back, but the one before Meghan was apparently really, really quite the looker.
She's a model.
Yeah. Nope. I want to go. I want to go for the B-rate Hollywood actress. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I just really, I mean, I would have done better. I mean, I did do better than her when I was just me. So, you know, there we go. And I certainly was never rich, never handsome, and never a warrior. So there we go. I don't know, man. I just think men have too high an opinion of women sometimes today, but they also have too low an opinion of women sometimes today. Like a lot of young men, like think all women are shit, which is not true. They're not, but they do need leadership and guidance, and if you don't do that, then you're going to get crap. Like, don't let your woman run you, and they don't even like doing it. And if they do, they gradually get more contempt for you if they can. So you have to provide leadership because women like that. You know, they don't like feminist guys. They don't like weak guys. They don't like soy boys.
Well, I mean, the way I put it to most other men is that, like, you want to date a woman, don't you? And of course, they'll say yes. So it's like, wouldn't it also make sense then that she wants to date a man?
Yeah,
that's as simple as a point as you could put on it.
Absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely. You will generally find, like, if you look at British Forces officers, you know, whether they be RAF or Royal Navy or Army or whatever, They generally are reasonably cute chicks. You know, you don't find too many British military officers with very ugly girls. Reason for that is because a lot of it is traditional. Some of them will come from like army families or navy families or whatever it might be. But also they're looking for a bloke who is a man. You know, they don't want him to be a Neanderthal, but they do want someone who's going to be a man. You know. Because most women want someone who's going to be a man.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true at the end of the day. People are all about, particularly while they're young, they're all about saying, "Oh well, I want my guy to be nice and cute or funny," but in the end, she probably just wants a guy who has a reasonable income. He's a stable person. He's reliable. He's trustworthy, and he's strong. That's the important thing. He's strong.
Women like guys who take charge. That is what they like. They have been bred for that for millions of years. That's what evolution has done for millions of years. Women like blokes who take charge. They don't like blokes who they can order around. They might take advantage of that for a little while, but then they'll leave you and fuck you over.
Yeah.
And like male feminists, I mean, how many male feminists do we need to find who turn out to be murderers of women and abusers of women? So many men are.
Well, someone brought up in the chat about Harvey Weinstein.
Do you know what? I have to say, I am really, really torn about Harvey Weinstein. Because on the one hand, I think, yeah, okay, he's a shitbag. But on the other hand, I think, what fucking actress didn't go and do what she did with Harvey Weinstein, knowing damn well it would help her career? And why are women treated as children rather than adults? Don't
get me wrong, but like if you've ever listened to some of the recordings of him trying to hit on women, it's like.
Yeah, it's cringe. Total
it's
cringe.
Just hilarious. It's
total cringe.
Please.
But he's a multi-millionaire. You know.
Yeah, he should. Yeah, I mean,
and he can make you a career as an actress.
Yeah, but yeah. So I mean, yeah, he's just. I mean, I'm less torn about him. I personally have very little opinion. I have a pretty low opinion of people who use their status to exploit it. That's why I don't like Bill Clinton. Well, one of the reasons. There's one there's supposed to be a nobility and responsibility in having power, and trying to sex is fun. Don't get me wrong, but trying to exploit that to ridiculous ends and having. I
see what you're saying, and I totally agree.
And
how many women do you think in history have done stuff to further their careers that involve sex? I mean, that's one of the ways women get ahead. You know.
Well, I mean,
that's just one of the ways women get ahead. It is.
Well, I mean, something the oldest profession. But
no, I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about not whores. I'm talking about general women. One of the ways they get ahead is by using their assets.
Yeah, sure.
And that's just human evolution. You know, I mean, come on. Are we gonna? Yeah. Maybe you're not, but I'm a reactionary. I'm not going to deny human evolution.
Oh no! Don't go. I mean, if economics is what I have to do to keep my bread buttered, then genetics and evolutionary behavior is my passion. So don't get me wrong. I understand what you mean. It's less about the fact that it happens and more of if you're a man of reasonable status and position, whether you should. That's
okay. Let's look at Cleopatra. Okay. Who was a Greek lady, of course, because the Ptolemies were Greeks. But going back to one of Alexander the Great's generals, When she did her stuff with Julius Caesar and then with Marcus Antonius, she was just doing what women have done all through history, in my opinion.
No. I mean, yes, it's a thing that women can do.
And
do, and
Yeah.
will continue to do until Christ comes and saves us. But,
Maybe.
I don't think that's like. I mean, it's not something that I'm either A, overly worried about, or B, don't think that the primary responsibility of resisting such a behavior should be on the men, because
So you would resist Cleopatra, would you, mate?
it depends on the context, mate. If I was just some lonely legionnaire buckaroo who was pillaging who was pillaging Egypt with Caesar, and I wanted to get my rocks off. Then
But
sure.
if you were Caesar,
if I was Caesar, I don't think so. I think I need to be a bit more responsible than that.
So you think if you were Caesar, this 20 or 30-year younger chick than you would have just said, no way, mate.
It's not I would say no way, mate. It would take a lot of thinking and it would take a lot of willpower, don't get me wrong. But there's that old adage, like
in your fantasy idea, you would have said, no, I'm not going to screw the Queen of Egypt.
No.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. I don't believe you, mate. But okay. Sono's Hammer in the chat. Cleopatra was ugly. No, she wasn't really. There are some busts. No, she wasn't that beautiful actually. But there are some existing busts of Cleopatra, I think, particularly in Germany. And she wasn't particularly beautiful, but she wasn't ugly either. Apparently, she had a great personality and knew loads of stuff.
Did she shack her son or something?
No, she did not. No, she did not.
Like, I mean, I've heard. The Egyptians, the old Egyptians, pre-Arab expansion. I've heard some funny things about them. So
bear in mind they weren't. Like I said, Cleopatra wasn't an Egyptian; she was a Greek. The only thing they did, which we would not like today, quite rightly, was that you used to get brothers marrying sisters. But when Cleopatra did that, I think her brother was too young, and then he died in a battle against Caesar. So that was cool from her point of view.
Well, I dare say that's probably part of the reason she wasn't so good looking.
Why wasn't she so good looking? I beg your pardon.
Incest.
Oh, okay. No, actually, if you look at her bust, she wasn't ugly. Put it that way. And like, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm an old bastard. I'm 56, but I've seen loads of women who weren't beautiful but were extremely sexy. You don't have to be beautiful to be sexy. In fact, you can be beautiful and not sexy. Quite possible. They're not the same thing. Like, so many young men get these things mixed up. They're not the same. You can be not beautiful, certainly facially, and be very, very sexy. But you have to have a good bod. I mean, give me a good bod and an average face every time. In my opinion, but I'm just an old bastard talking what I think. But whatever. Yeah, I would like to hear what Adaman and Rollo have to say on this stuff, since we've been having a bit of a duo log.
We've been running. I in particular been running my mouth about things one ought not to speak about. So carry on, chaps.
What, the opinion on bods?
Anything you like, Adaman. Anything you like.
Oh, I don't know actually.
Relationships maybe between men and women, and how we've got it wrong these days, that kind of shit,
Yeah. I try to avoid these conversations, specifically when I'm on this stream.
Oh, come on, guys. I don't always do what you guys are alluding to. And I'm not going to do it tonight, am I? No,
I don't know.
I just think like young men get a lot of bad advice about this shit, guys. I just do.
Yeah, no, they do. They do. I mean, I don't know. There's some important points to make, I think, on this subject. Especially now more than ever. I'm not sure if I can make them though.
Go for it, mate. There's no one better. And I've got to go to the loo, so I want someone to like keep talking for a little while, and then I'll come back and review what you said. But honestly, I do think that young men need some advice on this stuff. And you, Adam, are one of the better guys to give it, to be honest.
That is not true. Well, I mean, the way I see it, there seems to be a huge problem with how would you put it? There's almost like a hierarchy forming, quite a strict hierarchy in the sort of sphere of relationships between genders, and I don't mean just of the two genders, but I mean within them as well. And it's kind of funny that a lot of this sort of or a lot of this feminist stuff that's sort of died down now, but was all the rage for like 10 years, was supposed to be always claiming that it was pushing towards the opposite of this.
When you say hierarchies, like, could you elaborate?
It just seems to be the case that people are having a lot less sex, but it's not that everyone's having a lot less sex. It's that certain people are just getting none of it.
Right. This
problem.
yes. To not put too fine a tune on it. Right. John, I can't. Fuck it. I'm so sorry. Oak. You said a few streams ago. I think you said, "Lord's my shepherd, and I shall not want." I think that's pretty emblematic of the situation. Like, if you make this your center of your world, it will consume you. Like,
and it will make it worse, by the way. I mean, like, you think reading like loads of fucking Matt Forney books, sorry for language, reading like loads of these like random, like, I don't know, there's problems with this whole MGTOW stuff, and it's not particularly in line with Christian thought either. So
it's MGTOW, guys. It's not MGTOW.
Mugtuis.
It's MGTOW.
Mugtuis. It sounds like a brand of crisps I used to buy at the shop.
Hang on, guys. I would say, look, you can listen to sensible MGTOW guys like Thinking Ape, stroke Stardust, who's the same guy, and Coltane, the Australian guy.
Coltane's legit. He's a legit dude.
Coltane's a very, very, very bright man. I don't agree with everything he says about male-female relationships by any means, but he is a very intelligent guy. Also, originally in that little group used to be the Franklin, who's an extremely good Australian YouTuber who I would recommend to everybody, nationalists included, and patriots. Or actually not so much patriots, but nationalists, certainly. And if you listen to guys like that, they have a lot of very sensible things to say about women, which if you take note of them, but don't let them rule your life, will give you a great deal of good guidance about what woman you want to have something to do with.
Yeah,
the only thing...
Go on.
Sorry. One of the real things that I would say that I think a lot of people have fallen by the wayside on, and like, I'm not an expert on this by any means. I do humble for myself. I get by, but like, one of the things I've noticed, particularly around people particularly around guys my age, I'm 21, and people slightly younger than that, is that they don't really smell very good. And that's kind of a problem, because women in particular, they really like nice smelling things.
Ozzy, can I tell you something? Just on that. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have to say this. I knew this really cute girl, actually love of my life, And like the second time I'd gone out with her, she said to me, for no reason whatever, she said to me, Ted, you speak like, you smell like soap, whiskey, and tobacco. And
Oh,
I love it. And I love it. Because it reminded her of her dad. So
now, and that I'm not so sure how I feel about. But yes.
no, honestly, guys, don't underestimate how much chicks like admire their dads. Don't underestimate. Not in a bad way, by the way. Not in,
No.
I'm not talking about in any sexual way at all. I'm just talking about, like, you know, if you remind a chick of their dad, that's a good thing.
Yeah, but
that's generally like their hero guy who looks after them. That's what I'm talking about.
So, you know, I mean, there's some really basic stuff you can do. So, like, make sure you shave once every 2 days. I personally.
Every day, you got to shave every day, mate.
I mean, it depends because
if you're an Australian, you can leave it out Saturday, Sunday, but other than that only.
Well, it depends because I'm blonde, so you can't really see my follicles until they grow out a bit. But you know, make sure you shower every day. You know, apply moisturizer. God, it sounds like I'm taking care of babies.
Shower every day and shower extra when you're going out.
Yeah. Put on conditioner. Have a cologne. Have an aftershave. Have a deodorant. Done.
Aftershave, very, very low amounts, not as much as you think you need. Half as much.
One squirt. One squirt is all you need.
Yeah.
And
don't rely on it to mask bad smells, which is what so many guys seem to do.
Yeah. So
and polish your shoes. Women will notice if your shoes are not polished. No man will, unless he's a sergeant in the army, but all girls will.
Yeah, I mean, I had my dad used to tell me men are known by their shoes and their friends. So, you know, that's the other thing actually. Half this battle is actually not with the opposite sex; it's with just having friends in general.
Yeah.
If you build up, I mean, so it's not been easy during lockdown for most of us. Yes, this does feel like Jordan Peterson, doesn't it, Rich? But I mean, I guess it's kind of important though because we are just about to exit a huge lockdown. I mean, and a lot of people's social lives have been basically on pause for a year and a half, 2 years.
And there's going to be all these horny people around.
Yeah. So. In many ways, this is a really nice little opportunity for everyone to sort of start taking advantage of. And so smell nice.
For blokes, I would just say be smart. Have creases in your trousers. Polish your shoes. Have a clean shirt, which is ironed. Have a reasonable haircut. If you've got facial hair, make sure it's trimmed. Clean your teeth. Make sure your breath doesn't smell. Like really bloody obvious shit, guys. Stand up straight also. That's always good.
Now this really sounded like Peterson.
Right. But it's true, isn't it? Adam, are we lying?
Are we
lying?
No, of course not. Peterson's not lying when he says it either.
Yeah, the thing is about Peterson is that like when he's just like, here's how to not be a terrible human being, he almost entirely hits it on the nail. It's just unfortunately because the context in which people know Peterson around is his politics, and his politics are not very good. They are very unsophisticated, very anodyne politics. But in terms of like, you know, giving people, particularly men, because men need drive. If men don't have reasons to get out of bed in the morning, they won't. And he's very good at giving you reasons to get out of bed in the morning.
And could I just say that one of the reasons why Peterson became so popular is how very, very, very many men these days don't have a dad to tell them this obvious shit because we have so many bloody single mothers.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's
Serious
literally-
question. Sorry, serious
Go ahead.
question. Like, what is everyone's like problem with Jordan Peterson? Because I just don't get it. Like every time I ask somebody, they're just like, "Oh, he doesn't talk about Jews or something."
It's
That's
not-
literally the response I've got.
No, it's not just
Uh,
that.
okay.
It's not.
Okay,
just
okay.
that,
So my problem with Jordan Peterson is that he thinks that you can solve everything by being an individual,
yeah.
and that's wrong.
He
That
does
does
show for
not- is-
Christianity, though.
Yeah, like yes, sure, okay. Well, he kind of does. He cops out.
Yeah,
He's a
hasn't he
serious
copped out
cop
quite
out.
massively?
He's shifted his position on it over time, but I think he's called himself a Christian and not a Christian at different times. But I think he's in the same way that Burke did. He admired Christianity as like a sort of system of morality, I suppose.
But my main problem with him is that he says, well, the entire world would be just hiddly, it'd be sunshine and rainbows if we all just started focusing on our own problems and thought as individuals. He'd be right. Now, he'd be right if everyone did that, but they don't.
No.
And you are seeing, this is like a classic problem in America. The Republicans are full of individualists. Well, you just got to buckle yourself up by the bootstraps and off you go. And the Democrats are lobbying. They are collectivized. They are effective units. And this is what happens when you play the individualist game. It's simple game theory. And so it's not that I think he's a bad guy or that I think he has the wrong intentions or anything. I think his self-help stuff and, getting people started in a very confused world is a great thing. But his politics is just so deeply flawed.
It's a very good criticism.
Guys, just look at us as our little group. Just this little group on Splendid Isolation. What is there? Less than 24 of us, okay? We're much stronger together than if we were all individuals trying to do this on our own.
Yeah.
Because we all bring slightly different things to the party. We all bring slightly different views. We will discuss and argue with each other, but that doesn't stop us being friends. And that just makes us stronger. Like a group of people is like a bundle of sticks. It's always more
We form one mighty.
Actually, we form one mighty family.
I was thinking that from the beginning of when you started talking about that.
Hang on, my dog is having his.
We form one mighty British cigarette.
It's like I just had Martin from fucking Simpsons in my head the entire time. It was like...
All right, guys, have you finished laughing now? But that is the truth. If you tie a bundle of sticks up together, they're stronger than the individual sticks. Yes, they are. This is why, to some degree, if you're going to be a British nationalist, you do have to collectivise. You
Absolutely.
do have to.
We need right-wing collectivism. That's what we need.
Yeah, we can either all be hung separately, or we can hang together and not allow that. Honestly, there is truth in that. There is.
Well,
this is not an endorsement of suicide cults, by the way.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't at all. No. Imagine a British guy who killed himself, being born into the best race of the entire world.
Yeah, there's a few too many of them doing it, though.
You'd be surprised how easy and common it is, mate.
Well, I wouldn't, because my woman killed herself, but yeah, okay.
Yeah. Oof.
But yeah, no, I would, but I would say don't do it. Just don't,
It's a sin for a reason.
Yes, because 24 hours later, you wouldn't have done it, If I'm not at sea on my boat, you wouldn't have killed yourself. That's my opinion. And you're right. You're absolutely right, Alan. It was a sin for a reason, because most people wouldn't do it if you just wait a few more hours. So yeah, I agree with that.
What were we talking about before all this?
Well,
I don't know
the fact that we have to collectivise a bit.
Oh
we
yeah, no,
do.
no. Before that though, as well, because we got just before the Peterson bit. What were we talking about?
Oh God. Oh, male and female relations.
Yeah.
Before that.
But you know what? These are all the things we have to talk about because look, even if you're going to like think that you're going to take the NRX position and you're going to say politics is useless, okay, which I don't totally agree with, particularly in the case of relatively small, overcrowded nations like Britain. But even if you're going to take that, you've still got to look at male-female relations and do we collectivize a bit? Because you can't do the NRX stuff without that, can you? Individuals, atomized individuals, can they do NRX? No, they can't, as far as I can work out.
I mean, there are some interesting techniques that you can try. And I mean, I know you think Ralph is a Fed, but I quite like Ralph. So, but he's
I do think Ralph is a Fed. Yes, I do. But
but he's but I mean, the great thing about the NRX is that they have a lot of technological understanding, and there are some things that you can do with technology that could legitimately put us in a good foot forward for the next 10, 20 years. That being said, I don't think they're going to be of any ultimate relevance because I don't think they have enough people to gain critical mass. And I think there is such a thing as not having enough people to even get off the ground. And I mean, that's something that the NRX faces. But yeah.
Adam, what do you think about that, mate?
No, I broadly agree. I quite like Ralph as well, to be fair.
I want Ralph to come back. You can tell us what to do.
Bring Ralph.
Don't agree with that.
Everyone's
I
waiting for
don't agree with that at all.
We're waiting for Ralph to lead the way. Like to be fair, like even with the even when he was like when he hung around with the 14ers, like some of the stuff he did was pretty genius. I mean, to be fair, even the whole 14 chat thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
I totally agree.
Thing.
I totally agree. And if Ralph tries to come on my show, I will tell him to fuck off so hard that he will never be told to fuck off again. But there we go. But you guys can talk to him all you want. Anonymous man on internet says to collectivize. Okay, bro.
He makes a point.
Yeah.
But I didn't say to collectivize in the sense that I think he's using it. Like I think it used to be traditional that English and British people were collectivized up to a point.
Well, I mean,
everyone knew what English and British was. You know, they don't anymore. I don't think, but they used to.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's also that sort of subtlety, and communitarianism is normally in most of human history is very inbuilt because you live in the same town, you work with the same people, you marry the girl from across the street, etc., etc., etc. You work in the same mine that your dad worked in, or you work in the same field your dad worked in, etc., etc., etc.
Or you join the army and the navy and do something else.
And now that just doesn't happen anymore. Your parents have possibly moved 2 or 3 times before you're even 18.
Yep.
You've been to multiple schools. You've made different sets of friends along the way. So there is definitely already, without any politics being involved whatsoever, an atomization. And this is probably part of the reason why it in many ways people do not really understand what it means to be British anymore, or from Essex anymore, or from blah blah. Yeah. Like, who talks about their county anymore? Like, do you guys have any real friends? Like, particularly the younger gents, Oak and Adamant. Like, do you know anyone that's like, well, I'm so proud for being from Wessex? Like, I don't know anyone like that.
No. Wessex doesn't exist though, so give that a break.
Okay, I mean, I'm from Perthshire, No one in Persia is like going, oh, up for Persia. We're just
Well,
just
this is global homo, isn't it? This is like
it kind of is, and it also just kind of is a consequence of the life we live. It's
but we live the life we live because of global homo, surely.
well, do we, or do we live the life of globe? Do we live this sort of globalist life because it became expedient to do so? Like, I don't think immigration happens because people are trying to pursue some sort of agenda to globalize the world. They migrate because they want better wages.
You don't think the governments are trying
No,
to
no, no,
do
no, no,
that?
no, 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 no. I don't mean the governments. I mean the people who are doing the migration.
Yeah, no,
Like,
the people are just being destroyed.
no, 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 no. But
Oh, you're talking about the people coming in.
yeah, they just want a better wage. They just and
Yeah, of
I
course
think
they do. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
and
No
that's the
idea.
same reason why
Yeah.
you move town to town and you move from school to school and all that. It's because your parents want the best for you, but because but that by nature of you being moved from place to place and all that, you're it's starting to lose. I don't want to say this because it makes me sound like a wignat, but you're losing your contact with the soil, and that's a problem.
But that doesn't. I don't think that makes you sound like a wig now at all. I think like when I see like the fields of England and the country lanes and the downs and up in the north the mountains and down in the southwest the sea cliffs,
And every field and hedgerow in between.
all of that stuff, and the old country houses and the little cottages and the castles and all of that stuff. Like, to me, that is England. That is the stuff I love, all of it together, because it is my people and my history and everything good in the world. That's how I feel about that stuff. I mean, but I'm very unglobalist. Okay, I'm not. I don't get that. I am. Some people tell me I'm anti-American. I'm not. What I am is I don't believe in the American takeover of Britain. You know, I think Britain was always a bad place. America was an offshoot of Britain, and I'm not going to let those idiots going their idiot way overtake us again. So, like, to me, England and Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland are what I really believe in and what I really love. You know,
Yeah.
and everything from the great castles and great stately homes down to little cottages, and even sometimes, if they're reasonably okay, like the terraced houses, you know, and little village ponds and ancient village churches and all this stuff. That's all what we should care about, to me, anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just a dicey term because, of course, you get those. I mean, you do get quite a lot of people who say this sort of stuff from a less savoury point of view.
Yeah, but I don't say it from a less savoury point of view. I say it from a British point of view, and like there are no more savoury people than the British. Like we gave every idiot in Europe a home when people wanted to chuck them out. Every single one. Like if they weren't safe anywhere, they used to be safe in Britain. Until, of course, today, when we now have this hate speech and all this bullshit So that will no longer happen.
Yeah.
It used to be like if you got chucked out of everyone else in Europe, you could come to England and England would give you a sanctuary because we were good. And, you could be an eccentric Englishman. And people would just say, okay, he's an eccentric Englishman. It doesn't matter. But you can't do that anymore because the left are trying to make us all this one grey pack of people.
Well, they want to make us a great pack of people, and they also want to make us atoms.
Yeah,
I think
grey. I said grey, by the way, not grey.
Yeah,
Grey.
Yeah. I guess for me, I don't really come from I don't come at this from a protection point of view. I just view it as, for Britain in particular, I just view that everything feels so. It feels so plastic these days, and we feel so atomized as people. Part of the big reason,
That's done deliberately. It's done deliberately.
Yeah, and I guess that's one of my big motivations is that, while British people, I think personally, British people will still exist in 100 years, but will they view themselves as British, or will they view themselves as Tinder user 4,382?
God forbid. God forbid.
That's my concern. So,
well, I at least hope if we go out in a battle.
No, we won't.
If we go out at all, let's go out in a battle, guys. And I'm not suggesting violence at all, but Britain can't go out with a whimper.
Spiritual battle.
Yeah, if you like.
Ride the tiger, my G's. Ride the tiger.
Fuck the tiger. As Sojo pointed out very, very well in a stream we did a couple of weeks ago, Ride the Tiger is not a guidebook to surviving the modern world. In fact, it suggests suicide. All right, so Ride the Tiger is bollocks.
I mean,
basically,
what I take away from Ride the Tiger, I haven't read the book. I don't actually. I've only read
if you haven't read the book, how can you take anything away from it?
I know, because I've read the quote, and that makes me super educated.
Okay. Fair enough.
But I mean,
you did the cliff notes. You did the cliff notes.
Yeah,
version.
I did exactly.
Yeah,
but
right.
To my mind, resisting. It's about resisting the spirit of the age and dealing with it.
But it's not really. But, okay.
Yeah.
We could make a comparison, Ozzy, to Daniel in the Lion's Den.
Exactly.
Go on, do a Christian.
Or David and Goliath.
I'm not a Christian, but you guys go for it. Do a Christian thing.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've read Daniel. So I'm perhaps, that there is a story. There's a very ancient story in Christian teaching of, the world will hate you, but you will overcome it. Now, you don't have to believe in it, although I believe that. I do believe in it, but the ages have come before in which people did not like us, and we won. The truth won, and I do believe those periods will come again. And I think indeed they've already come, and I do genuinely think Christ will win. So take what you want from that. But
yeah, well, I mean, we were talking earlier about black pills. I don't think you can be a Christian and be completely black pilled about everything, because obviously, we believe that Revelations. Read a bit of that.
Yeah,
it's not going to be good, but good will eventually. Oh, I've just used the word good 2 times, but you know what I mean. It won't be fun, but good will triumph over evil.
When?
I don't know, at some point. Okay.
Yeah.
When do you think that's going to happen? We've been waiting a long time.
Not
Well,
really
when-
that long in the sort of
Um,
Yeah,
sense
makes
of it.
sense.
we are told we are not allowed to know. We are told very explicitly that not even Jesus knows when he's coming; only his Father does.
Okay.
And
I guess we'll wait patiently until then. Adam, what do you think about this stuff, mate?
I don't know what you mean by stuff. This has been very broad what we've been covering.
bro, what do you think about
Atomo.
stuff?
What I mean is,
The
like,
excuses are like,
this-
Atomo, what do you
I-
think of the last half hour?
What do you think of your past day, bro? How was your past day been?
All right, yeah, very, very funny, guys.
Sorry.
But actually, that is kind of what I'm asking him: is like, what's his general view on the last half an hour of our conversation? That is kind of why I was going to ask him, because Amon's a very intelligent bloke, and I'd be interested to hear what he says.
Well, I don't know what to make of it. I've been listening along, and I don't know. It's
How much is true? How much is false? Do you think we're getting some stuff wrong, some stuff right? That's what
I think broadly we're hitting a lot of nails on the head, as we do generally.
Yeah, see, I'd agree with that. Like, I know loads of you guys are Christians, and I'm not particularly. I'm not an anti-Christian, by the way. I'm. There was a time when I absolutely called myself an atheist. I mean, I think these days I'd probably call myself a atheist stroke agnostic, but I'm not militant about that in the least. I like loads of Christians. In fact, I probably like more Christians than atheists. But and my agnostic side is more probably towards the fact that I kind of like the old Romans and the ancient Greeks and their paganism. And to some degree, the very early Anglo-Saxon paganism as well. I think there was some sense in some of that. But I'm
Spiritualism,
not.
would you say? Like the idea of connection to the past, would you say?
Yeah, the idea of connection to the past and to forests and to wild places, I kind of get that. I've always felt that myself. You know, when you're in the middle of a big forest,
Yeah, I get what
or on a mountaintop, or you see some like great stuff in nature, like in a game reserve in South Africa and this kind of stuff. It kind of makes you think that there is some kind of like deity.
I mean, one of the things I really like about paganism, and I'm nowhere near a pagan, it is anathema, but the idea of a man who walks in shapes, the idea that you never really die by living through your children, and that the essence of your spirit will continue, is it's a very, very interesting take. And like, I don't think, I don't think paganism is like not ever to be considered ever. I would just consider it more of wisdom. It's and I mean, of course, there are some things like spirits of the ancestors which I do believe in. I just don't believe that they're here right now. I believe that they're in judgment. And
So you don't believe your ancestors watch over you?
So
because I thought that was a Christian thing. That was certainly
it
my old man
depends.
was a Christian.
So, no, I said they're in judgment.
He taught me that my ancestors watch over me.
So okay. I said I didn't say that they were not in heaven. I said they were in judgment. So there is two judgments. There's the judgment when you die, and that's when you basically are approached at the gates of heaven, or I mean, it's a bit of a simplistic way of seeing it, but you are approached by God, and you are challenged in your soul to see you are challenged in your soul to see your worthiness, and then you will also and then you will get a essence of heaven. you will get an essence of what it's like to be in heaven. So what we don't know what that means. I don't believe. I don't deign to know what it means. But there is also the following judgment, which is the prime judgment, and that's when you are judged in the fullness of actions of earth. And that is when Christ comes as the Lamb of God to judge us all and cast us into fire or into heaven. And that's when everything will be done, lickety split, boom, close of the book. And that is when we get the fullness of salvation or not, depending on our actions.
See, look, I don't know anything about this Christian doctrine stuff. But what I would say is my father was a Church of England Christian who wore his Christianity very lightly. But if I ever did anything even slightly bad, he would turn around and say to me, you know, your grandfather's watching that. And he would be ashamed if it was bad. And like, to me, that always resonated with me. Because I think it's true to some degree. But also, like, I'm a big Marcus Aurelius fan and this kind of stuff. And like, you can't read Marcus Aurelius's stuff and not think that he had some idea of what was going on, you know?
Oh, and no, Marcus Aurelius is a genius, and there, you know, there are entire areas of philosophy which can exist outside or even complementary to the Christian faith. But I mean, for example, one of the biggest areas which actually quite a lot of pagans subscribe to is Platonism. And
Platonism played into Christianity eventually.
Yeah. And I mean, and like, even then, Plato's opponent Aristotle ended up being assimilated by St. Thomas Aquinas. So how you personally take so of course there are different approaches. I mean, for example, I think Confucius.
I guess I don't mean to interrupt you, man, and I'll let you continue in a second. But I just, what I guess is, I think there is something about, if you care about your ancestors and how they view you, and that used to be part of Christianity, but I don't think it is anymore, but it used to be. If you care about that stuff, that makes us better, I think. I don't know.
Oh, no, absolutely. You should definitely care about you should care about what you are transferring here to now. I mean, I mean, one of the great thinkers outside of Western Europe, not Western Europe, but Europe in general, because the Greeks have probably dominated Western philosophy, is in China with Confucius, who was very much about you honor your parents and you honor your ancestors. And there is nothing inherently contradictory about honoring your ancestors and honoring, I mean, for me, that would be honoring Christ. But that, and you can always bear them in mind. And I wouldn't even in fact, there's no need for me to put a caveat on that, because of course you can bear your ancestors in mind while you honor Christ. Of course you can. There's no way you can't.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I reckon that's almost essential. Alman, what do you reckon about that, mate?
No, I agree with that as well.
Yeah, I just want to say it's sort of a point to sort of add on to that. So John has brought it up in the chat as well, quite a similar point. I think G.K. Chesterton, I can't remember the exact quote, but he basically said that, like, the one thing that theologians have missed is that, like, Christianity in many ways was a follow-on of European paganism.
Yeah.
You know, you've
adopted
brought
a
up
lot of stuff. It adopted a lot of stuff.
Well,
I'm
not
only from paganism, but from Western European philosophy as well.
Well, I'm a perennialist. I sort of believe in global truths. So, I mean, like I think there was things that Confucius picked up 4,000 years ago, like the 5 key relationships and things like that.
Yeah.
That are very right and true. I mean, I'm not, I don't know, particularly. I wouldn't consider myself a dogmatic sort of person, but yeah.
But who doesn't, like, if you fall over and you cry when you're like 5, and your old man picks you up and like make sure your knee's all right, and when you scraped it, and he says, "Oh, son, be quiet. Be a brave little soldier." That's what my dad said to me. That's what I used to say to my son. And then he turns around and says, "If you cry too much, he'll turn around and say, 'Your granddad's watching that. What the hell would he think?' We're all going to stop bloody crying, aren't we? Because that's just the human male way of being, is it not?"
Hmm.
But none of us want to disgrace our ancestors, because that's kind of what we all came from. Like, it doesn't matter whether you're Christian or not. It's like, you if you're Christian, you still got ancestors.
Well, I
Well,
don't
well,
know. There seems to be something in the modernist spirit that's kind of crept in, where
Well,
people
they
are
hate
very
that.
quick to
They hate that.
actively even attack their ancestors, even
Yeah.
when there's no actual disagreement to be found.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and do you not think that's because, like, they want to lie about our history, for example?
Well, even if they're not, they will find like just simply the way people act, or the way people speak, or their mannerisms, and they'll just sort of, that will irk them by itself.
But I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
what exactly is the British Empire supposed to have done wrong?
I mean, I could answer that.
Go.
So
Go
the thing the British Empire did wrong was that it didn't do anything for us,
Yeah,
Who's us?
this is
Britain.
I think that's right, actually.
this was basically the point me and hang on a minute, don't laugh, because this was basically the point me and you both made like three
Yeah.
episodes ago.
Yeah,
Like,
okay.
I'm just.
No,
the
I'm
thing is-
talking. When I say we're talking about the criticism, well, what is the criticism of the British Empire? But the people who don't like Britain is what I'm really talking.
Doesn't matter.
I mean,
it does to me, but anyway.
No,
go
but
on.
it doesn't know, because they'll just say anything.
they'll hate you.
Okay.
They'll hate you no matter what. That's the thing.
Yeah,
like,
but what are they hating us for? Is my point.
What, is that not obvious to you?
No, not really.
We are
other than being successful. What?
Yes, that the archetypical thing you don't like people for. It's like it's like the reason people don't like other people is because they're better at them and stuff.
Who don't know? There's not many people I don't like, really, for an archetypical reason. Like,
it's because you've accepted hierarchy. It's because you've accepted that some people will be better and some people will be worse than you.
Yeah, fair enough.
A lot of people have not accepted that, and that's where this comes from.
But they're not mostly real native British people, are they? Let's be honest.
I mean,
I'm sure some are. Like, there's a load of middle class gits. Sadly, forgive me, Sojourner, I don't include you in that group. But there are a lot of moronic, greeny left-wing gits. But I don't even think many really basic working class guys agree with that. That's one reason Labour is getting destroyed at the moment.
No. I mean, like, when you're saying why do people not like the empire, I think what I was thinking was like, why do Hindu nationalists not like us, or things like that?
Well, fuck them. I don't care about them.
I mean, so
yeah, fuck them. I don't care about the Hindu nationalists.
I suppose I suppose the central point to the whole empire thing for me is a rehabilitation of Britain. in the eyes of our own people. That's the only
yeah.
that's
I mean,
the only caveat I put on that.
what
but
did
yeah.
the British Empire do, like in India, for example, aside from building most of the roads and railways and dams and hospitals that they still rely on? Aside from that, did we do? Well, we stopped the practice of sati, which is where Hindu widows were chucked onto the fires of their husbands when they died. We
Why
stopped
did we
that.
care?
Because we didn't think it was fair to burn alive women for no reason. But we also stopped. The thugs, the Thuggi, who were a Hindu sect that for thousands of years had gone up and down all the Indian roads and just murdered travelers, mostly Indians, for Kali. We did that. I mean, fuck me, that was evil, wasn't it?
Yeah, we should have just taxed them, to be honest.
So, you know, they're not.
Got a license for that ear tuggy, mate.
I don't know, guys. I'm going to ask Sojana to come on here again if he's not so wimpy, because he really wants to slag me off. But he's so wimpy, he can't come on the stream because he's got a cold. So, you know, those arguments are not gay. Those arguments are true.
I mean,
You know?
so I've received my own spat from someone because I've been told that the British Empire did nothing for us. I don't mean that simply in like the economic sense, although
what country did that person come from, mate?
I don't know. I've talked with him before. He's evidently a pagan, but which says everything I think personally. But what I would say about the British Empire is that all it's been used for since then has been to undermine what it means to be British, and like. I mean, Oak has made the point that we need
not by British people who are real British people.
Sure. Okay, but it's still happening.
See, I don't care. I don't care what some professor from the West Indies or Africa or Asia turns around and says about British Empire, because they're just lying.
Okay, but
I don't give two shits. I care about what real British people say about it.
Okay, but there was a charter conducted recently, which was like, oh, the British government now owes like 1.7 trillion pounds to slave countries or whatever. And like, here's the thing: whether you care or not is irrelevant, because the government may care, and you know, then that's all of a sudden that's British, you know, tax pounds going.
Isn't that another case of like that Alexander Johnson is not really a conservative?
But like, my point here is that like, maybe if we just left ourselves alone, didn't get bothered in this entire global bollocks, maybe things would be better right now.
Okay, so you're suggesting like we ignore the last 500 years of British history, are you?
I'm not saying ignore it. I mean, it's happened now, so we need to embrace it.
Right.
But like, if I was there 1,500 years ago and I saw colonialism for what it was, I'd say, maybe we give it a pass, Chief.
So you didn't like colonialism, is that true?
I think it's a waste of time.
In what sense?
In that it didn't do anything. In that it hasn't made us either better off culturally or economically or.
Okay, so when you say colonialism, do you include Australia, New Zealand, and Canada?
That's a difficult one because settler colonialism.
Okay, hang on, guys. I've got to just say kudos to Sojo, who is sick, but like a true English and British man, has come on the stream.
Cromwell profile picture, boo.
Warts and all.
You know, listen, guys, Sergio, he always does this stuff, okay? He's always going to do something that will annoy people.
Do a little trolling.
It's almost like he does it on purpose. And
I mean,
I not consider him my mate, by the way. But there we go. I beg your pardon. Before you speak, Sergio, can we just let Ozzy finish what he was saying?
I know. Yeah. So all I was going to say is that, like, I'm not trying to deracinate Canadians or Australians or New Zealanders from where they are. I'm
Or
just
South Africans.
yeah, but all I'm saying is that, like, I do not think, on the whole, this venture has benefited Britain. Done.
But it used to. It just doesn't now, because like we've kind of gone up our own arsehole, if you like.
Right, but hang on, no, I'll let the others
No,
talk.
no, Adam, carry on.
Well, no,
mate.
it's just even at the time, we shipped out a lot of money and resources
Yes, we did.
to build up these
Absolutely.
places in a way
Yes,
that
we
they were
did.
never, ever, ever going to appreciate, and we probably
We're not getting that money back.
Right.
We're not getting that appreciation.
okay. Adam, and I totally agree with you, except in the case of Australia, New Zealand, and Canada, and to some degree South Africa back in the day.
Yeah, well,
but Canadians are all
that's
cunts.
settler colonialism. Like, there's probably a distinguishing point here between, like,
Yes.
Cu-
Old Commonwealth
Yeah.
versus New Commonwealth. Yeah.
yeah, and like that's just yeah. So Caedmon, or however you say that, it's old Saxon name. Sashi Thura thinks colonialism benefited Britain. So Sashi Thura is a classic Hindu nationalist.
Yeah.
Now he would say that, and people who don't understand how things work would say that. But, like, if we hadn't got our hands involved in sticky places which wouldn't care for us, like India, then we wouldn't be in this sort of situation.
But look how many British soldiers got killed defending India in 1942, 43, and 44 against the Imperial Japanese, for example.
And it's very admirable that they did so, but we're not going to get thanked for it.
No, I'm not suggesting that. What I'm saying is that Britain was defending these guys for no great benefit, who we gave independence to like 2 years later.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I if it isn't clear by now, I'm pretty cynical about the British Empire. Long live the United Kingdom, but
no, I'm not cynical about the British Empire, but I'm certainly not cynical about the old Commonwealth in the sense of Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and back in the day, South Africa. Okay, Sojo, you have bravely come on the show despite your illness. Go for it.
I just sound like shit. That's the only problem.
That's all right, man. That's all right.
But I don't understand why you're making these sort of gay, like, liberal humanist arguments about the empire. That's just gay. You are.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about the old Commonwealth, not the empire. This is what you guys never get.
We stop rape gangs in India and murderers. Who fucking cares? No one cares.
All right, fair enough. But what I'm really talking about is the old Commonwealth in the sense of Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and back in the days of Africa, not the rest of it. Not the rest.
Well, yeah. Essentially, there's two empires, right? There's one which is essentially
there's the white empire and the brown empire. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't even really a white empire. It was an Anglo empire.
Yeah.
With some
Anglo-Celtic empire. Anglo-Celtic. Yeah.
I'm getting sick and tired of that phrase, to be honest.
But it's true.
The Celts don't exist, but there is.
Apart from the Scots and the Irish and the Cornish, okay, and some of the Welsh.
See, you would say that the Cornish are a people, wouldn't you? That's just very, very Irish of you. I think that's the Irish in you coming out trying to deconstruct what it means to be English.
I would say a bit of the Cornish people, not by any means all of them, or even most of them.
It doesn't even exist anymore, mate. If there was Cornish people, they don't exist. They've been kebabbed by second home owners from England.
Not true.
There's no such thing.
You know that's not true.
It is true.
I would even say
that's true.
Okay.
I would even.
Nah, I know Cornwall quite well. Not true.
Okay, so I mean, the papers on this basically say, and I mean, I know Mr. Labcoat here, but like, between depending on which part of the UK you're from, between 95 and 60% of your ancestry is Celtic. like, does that not count for anything?
Exactly right, mate. I agree too.
Not really, but let's just stick to Anglo-Saxon. It's
Sure,
just,
No,
sure.
hang
I
on.
mean, sure.
Celts are Germanic anyway. Celts are Germanic anyway.
Sojourner is causing shit for the sake of causing shit because he's Sojourner. And
you always say that.
I like
whenever
Sojourner. He's my friend, but he's not totally correct. And Britain is an Anglo-Celtic country, as Sojourner actually knows very well.
I mean, I guess the main thing though is that Anglo-Celtic seems like such a redundant term.
It just sounds gay.
Yeah,
it doesn't sound gay.
Yes, it is. It's a fucking post. It's like a postmodern term. Oh, let's not use the word Anglo-Saxon that we've used for hundreds of years. Let's use Anglo-Celtic. Get the fuck out of here.
No, I don't agree with that. I'm sorry, but because the Highlands of Scotland and the west of Wales and the extreme west of Cornwall are Celtic. So no, it's not that. Anglo-Celtic is fine. It's fine to me anyway.
Well, I mean, the Westland, the Hebrides and that sort of stuff is actually mainly
Norwegian.
Irish and Norwegian.
That's not true. That's
and the
not
north
true.
and the northeast.
The main
northeast
bits
is Pictish, but
mate, the main bits of Scotland that are Anglo-Irish are like Glasgow, for fuck's sake.
no, because the Gaelic language is an offspread of Gaelic, and that comes from Irish migrants into the Hebrides in the 1700s.
Okay, then it depends how far you're going to go back. Okay, then I see what you're talking. Now
Right.
you're going back into prehistory, for God's sake.
Well, I mean, this is prehistory. This is ethnography.
Yeah, this is prehistory. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Sorry, this is pedant in me.
Yeah, no, I get you, mate. But you're going back into prehistory when you talk about that stuff. I mean, and then as somebody else said, like the Celts were originally from Europe. Absolutely true. So you can go back that far if you want. But I just think that, you know, when you look at a nation like Britain or Australia or Canada or New Zealand, and back in the day, probably 40% of South Africa, they were 40% of the white people in South Africa, I beg your pardon, were Anglo-Celtic. That's my view of the Anglo-Celts. Sorry, Sergeant, I didn't mean to stop you. Carry on, you poor sick bastard.
Sorry, I can't remember what I was ranting on about actually.
I'm sure you were. You were talking about Anglo-Celtic was gay and all this kind of stuff.
Oh no, sorry. I was saying that you were making sort of like liberal humanist arguments for why.
Yeah, which I wasn't, because I'm not a liberal humanist. But okay.
Yeah, but if you sort of look at, if you were talking about, oh, we stopped rape gangs and sort of murderers in India.
Yeah, we did.
I mean, that's the kind of thing Tony Blair would say when he sort of decides to invade Iraq.
Tony Blair would never have said that. Tony Blair would have said the British Empire did that.
Can you not see the similarities?
I can see what you're getting at, but he would never have said that. Not in a million years.
Well, he pretty much did say that. Why did we invade Iraq? To spread freedom, democracy.
And what did he say about Britain and India, apart from we should apologise?
No, that's let's not confuse. He may have views on the empire that are unfavourable, but that's not the point I'm getting at. I'm trying to draw a similarity between the argument that you're making about why the empire was a good thing, and they are effectively sort of like liberal humanist values. We were there to defend poor Indians against rape gangs and murderers.
No, we weren't. Britain was in India to make money.
Okay, the truth.
How much money do we make?
Yeah, well, eventually none at all. It actually cost us money. But originally we were there to make money. But along the way, because we were British, best nation in the world, we actually inflicted a bit of fairness on their society.
Fairness.
Yeah.
Again, these gay values that you're coming out with. Fairness.
It did help British
Goodness
industry as
sakes.
well. It did help. Oh, he's gone.
He's
You've
rage
bullied him
quit.
off. You've bullied him off the stream.
I disagree with this. Like, there's been analysis done about the economic effect of empire. Like, if you look at the richest countries in Europe, like Sweden, like Germany, like
God,
blah,
here
blah,
we
blah,
go.
blah,
Yeah.
didn't have an empire. Didn't have an empire.
Absolutely, they did brilliantly.
Dude,
Well, Germany did temporarily.
if you were just going to say, look, we crowned, we covered ourselves in glory, we conquered, we kebabbed large swathes of their women, I'd be happy with your answers. You don't need to tinge it with this just liberal guff. It's not
But
necessary.
it's not liberal guff. It was just what the Brits were like. Like
But it is liberal guff, though. Come on.
No, it's not. The English and Brits were always like,
To be fair,
relatively kind to women and children. It was.
to be
one
fair,
of
we
our
did
things.
invent liberalism. So
No, it's not. No,
Yes,
no,
precisely.
no. That is not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is the English, to be fair, and the British in the wider sense, including the Scots and the Welsh and the Northern Irish, but we were always a bit kinder to women and children than most other races. Kinder. Didn't give them more rights, we were just kinder.
Right, but why?
Because we were just better than most other people.
but why
I
be
know,
kind?
Yeah, but why sort of tie that into empire?
I don't know, it's just who we were. Like my grandfather was a soldier and he served on the northwest front of India in between the wars and eventually went across on D+3 to Normandy. But he was just kinder than most men. Like I'll give you a story, all right? He lost everything in the Great Depression. Yeah, like a lot of working class English people did, and he eventually got a job with London Transport, driving a bus. And so you know how the way that because of the traffic and all the rest of it, two buses often end up going along behind each other. And so one day there was this woman with like 3 kids standing at this bus stop, pissing down the rain really hard, like it does in England sometimes. And this bus driver, although she put her arm out for him to stop, didn't stop because he was late, which is why my grandfather's bus was just behind him. And my grandfather then stopped and picked this woman and her kids up, and they got back to the bus depot. My old man, my grandfather, he picked him up and threw him because he hadn't picked this woman and her 3 kids up because he was an Englishman. That's what Englishmen were like back in the day. You had to be a gentleman, and he wasn't. And my grandfather was like a working class bloke. You know, if he got pissed in the Beehive pub, which is a pub in Camberwell, or used to be, if he got pissed in there, if the Metropolitan Police wanted to go and arrest him, they'd send at least 4 cops because they knew it would take at least 4 cops. But he was just an English gentleman, and you didn't leave a woman and 3 kids in the rain. All right? Now, you can call that liberalism if you like, but I reckon my grandfather would smash you in the teeth if that's what he said.
Sure, but
No, I'm not
how
calling
does this
that
tie into
liberal.
empire though?
Yeah. Like, there's a
But
difference between
it was part of the empire because my grandfather fought in the fucking empire, and like when I was a little kid, told me about finding the skins of 2 British officers captured by the Patriots, you know, on the northwest front of the empire. It's like, yeah, they were related. They really were.
I mean, I wouldn't describe looking after a family of similar heritage to your own in your own land for
And
who is
people
very
he'd
hard
never
by.
met in his life. Never
People
would
we've never
meet
met. Okay,
again.
okay, but sure.
Yeah.
But there is without trying to sound too much like an evolutionary psychologist, they are simply genetically closer to each other.
Yep.
But like the Empire is basically unrewarded altruism. You know, most
Absolutely.
of the time.
But do you think that my grandfather, when he was in India, like in between the two world wars, do you think that like he would have seen stuff in India, where like women and kids were having bad stuff done to them, and he would have just walked on by? Because I don't think so.
It's not about that. It's not about, you know, good people in a particular moment. When we're questioning big and broad institutions, it's best to think about it in big and broad ways. And like if we're thinking about something as big and broad as the Empire, then we need to sort of we unfortunately need to paint in broad strokes. And I think as a whole for Britain, it was not worthwhile. I think that's the core takeaway. At least the non-settler colonialist areas. The what would you call them?
So would you say that was true pre-1914 or post 1980?
I would say that in general the entire Second Empire was just a bit of a fine dandy waste of time. I know it's quite a sensitive subject in these circles, but
yeah, I wouldn't agree with you on that. I think it was a waste of time.
That assessment.
Yeah, of course you would. But I wouldn't agree with that prior to 1914. I would after 1918 for sure.
But what would your what would be your sort of rationale and justification for colonizing the Somaliland or whatever?
When did we do that, Sergio?
You obviously know. Germany?
You obviously know because you wouldn't have mentioned it otherwise.
Didn't we take it from either Germany or Italy? No, Italy took it, didn't we? Didn't they? Or something like that.
I'm not saying a word. I'm asking for Sergio's answer because if he's going to talk about Somaliland, he obviously knows about when it was brought.
I don't really. The only reason I know this is because when I did that 37 video, that's what they fucking mentioned. So
yeah,
basically,
right, okay.
But I'll give you a different example then. Burma. Why? Well, we didn't colonize Burma, but we.
Yes, we did.
We not colonized in the sense that we didn't send people there to settle it. We just
absolutely
took it as a possession. And the question is, you know, other than the inherent glory of taking it in the battle and the conquest and the sacrifice, other than that, which are all fine and dandy in my book, but apart from that, you know, do you have any other reasons for that being a possession of Britain?
Burma, let me think. What did we get? Rubber. It was mainly rubber, if I remember correctly.
Can we not pay for it?
Well, yeah, but it's better if you make it yourself. It's cheaper.
I mean, I still think you could just pay for it, and I think the world would be not very different today. At least Britain would.
Yeah, listen, I've just made the point, okay? And Sojourner's point about Somalia is not very good because it's like mostly in between the wars, really. But I think the outer British Empire was useful prior to 1914, much less so after. That's what I think.
But what about the? We've not really touched on the sort of like the Christian civilizing, humanizing part of the empire,
which was a big deal. Yes, it was.
Which was a big deal. Which, you know, I don't particularly care for. Although I am
But it was also
cynical.
But it was also a big deal, Sojourner, in the sense of what's the correct term that we use about this? Like it was a kind of roughy, toughy Christianity. It wasn't this shit that we have today.
I don't know. Me and Ataman read through the inspirational document for the 37 words, and it was quite gay. Some of it.
Yeah, that was pretty late though. That 37 word stuff was pretty late.
Yeah, but that was basically us trying to figure out what the hell do we do with this massive collection of territory that we've collected. And I was just about to say that I think a lot of that is cynical.
We did make it all better than it was when we took it.
Yeah, but again, better. The word "better" implies that the way that they lived in their own traditional ways was inferior to us. I mean,
which it was.
Is it? Is it really? I mean,
do you really have the right to put yourself in that position?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm a Brit, mate. For God's sake, yes.
Like, don't get me wrong. I love being British all the way. But like, does that give me the right to say that
you are going to now turn around and slag me off for being a social liberal by telling me that the Brits are not the best people in the world?
I'm not.
I'm not actually. Sergio,
I'm not going to slag you off or anything. All I'm going to say is that, like, I don't see there being anything inherently wrong with being French or with being wherever. You
don't see anything inherently wrong with being French. For God's sake, really?
What can I say?
You're really saying that?
Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong.
Leaving aside the appallingly crap state of France today, which is even worse than Britain, which is not saying a great deal. Being French was always worse than being British, for God's sake.
Okay. Let's put it this way. Okay, I'd rather be British than I'd be anyone else. I also respect anyone other people's right as, say, a Indian
I don't.
to rather be Indian.
I don't support that at all.
The only exception I make for that is Turks, because I don't like them.
I'd say that's true of like everyone from Americans downwards. Like, I don't really support the right of Americans to be American, even. Like, fuck them all.
I mean, I think that's the sort of spirit. I think it's a very healthy spirit. That, I mean, I'm taking a very philosophical point of view, which is again.
Yeah, me too. I am too. Because I'm being accused of being a social liberal, which I'm not.
I've never made such an accusation.
No, Sergio is doing that, which he long
I'm just calling a spade, mate.
No, you're just lying, but that's okay. No, I just, like, all nations are inferior to Britain, of course. Just of course they are. So the idea that some native guy stuck in his hut in Burma was better off without the British is ridiculous.
Yeah, but again, this is kind of emblematic of this sort of mind disease that we have. You think the Chinese think this way? Their attitude would be
I do think the Chinese think exactly that way, actually. But yeah,
I don't think that they have a sort of gospel mission to go around spreading the ways of the Chinese to every corner of the globe.
Wrong. Sergio, you're so wrong about that.
Well, I will find out.
Yeah, we will, and I think we'll find out sooner rather than later. But yeah, they do. I actually I'm more Chinese than the Chinese in that respect. Absolutely. Honestly, the like being a Brit is the best thing you can be, and if the Brits go somewhere and influence your country, it makes it better just because the Brits are there. And the Chinese are exactly like that, but without any nice bits.
Might makes right.
Do you honestly think that the Chinese have this kind of mission in mind to go and civilize the world? Like they have this mission in mind to go and take over the world, but not to civilize it, because they. Why are you making the argument?
The Chinese wouldn't understand civilization if it was a wet fish that was hitting the Chinese Communist Party repeatedly about the face. So they don't get that.
The Chinese definition of civilization is a place where everyone is Han Chinese.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it.
Yeah. It's like It's pretty Stalinist or Nazi, if you like.
No, it's Nazi to high hell, but
Well, Stalinist as well, but yeah.
but I mean,
Oh,
at
God.
least, but like I mean,
Yeah, Sojo ain't gonna like this. Sojo likes the Chinese. I don't know why.
Oh, no,
Anyway.
don't get me wrong. I mean, I think I respect the Chinese. I think they're very good at what they do, and I think
I don't. I detest them, but okay, fair enough.
But and I also
why?
find Chinese history very interesting. But like at the end of the day, they have no intentions of saying, "Oh, we're going to make everyone enjoy China's institutions and
That's exactly what I mean, though.
You don't think so?
No, they're not going to. They're not going to make us enjoy the mandate of heaven, because in China's end goal, in their sort of hypothetical ideal world, there won't be anywhere other than China. So there won't be.
Right. Exactly right. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
But that's fine. That's how they're allowed to think, because they won't get that far.
Well, it's not fine, but we have to beat them to stop that. But yeah, okay.
God, again, you embody this kind of universalism, and you don't even realize it. It quite honestly astonishes me.
No. I have no universalism, Soja. What are
Wait,
you doing?
you're talking about.
You don't understand. I am a British exceptionalist and nothing else.
And yet you want to make
Nothing
other
else.
people who are not British, whereas the Chinese have the right position.
No, I don't want to make other people British. What I want to make is Britain the best. I think if Britain goes somewhere, it makes other places better. Yes, it does. But that's not what the Chinese do. It's not what even the Americans do. And I don't support the Americans or the Chinese.
But the Americans dress up whatever they do within this sort of moralistic framework anyway.
Yeah, they do, but I'm
They
not
have
an
to.
American.
They have nothing else. They have nothing else, do they?
But I'm not an
Well, because they don't have
American. You think I'm an American and I'm not.
No. I'm saying that the Americans haven't got the guts to say that they have an empire when they do. There's this sort of fakeness to everything. There is this. We don't have the balls to say what we are, which is that we're strong and powerful, and it's got to be dressed up with the LGBT fucking flag and dildos.
Absolutely right. I totally agree with all of that. Don't disagree with you about any of that. Think you're right. Totally agree. And Britain supports America far too often. Always has. Since 1945.
We fundamentally share the same sort of value system. So the idea that the Americans are different to us is
our elites do, not our people.
Even I don't. That's not fair. Like, the difference between America and any European country, and even Britain, is the fact that America has a philosophy as its basis, and Europe has people as its basis. England is full of English people, and America. There is no such thing as an American ethnicity. There is, African Americans. There is British Americans, WASPs as they're called. There are
Italian Americans.
So
Spanish Americans,
this is why
Mexican-Americans.
This is why Americans are so weak, is because there is no unifying concept apart from this weird pointing to liberty, and of course then you can exploit that, and you get you get this sort of you get the anathema, which is modern America. We'll put it that way.
Society based on freedom is just another place to go shopping, of course.
Yeah.
Ooh. Interesting line from an
Don't look into who said that. Never mind. Carry on.
But we are not the same as America for the simple basis that we don't have our founding principle as some nebulous sort of, I read John Locke. We're not Sargon of Akkad. Okay? We're not so.
Excellent, man. Excellent. I love that.
Yeah. That's. I guess that's the finer point I'd put on it.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Sojo, I know, likes to call me a social liberal. I am not. I'm really not.
You can't
I
call you a
might-
social liberal when he's got Oliver Cromwell as his profile picture. I mean, what can I say?
Yeah,
I've got someone else in there now, so checkmate.
Oh, here we go. Sergio
Another
always does
futurist.
controversial opinions. But Sergio always calls me a social liberal, and I'm not really. I'm really not. I'm a British exceptionalist, if I'm anything. Okay, but it's a British exceptionalist, not a Western exceptionalist. The only things I count in British are Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and back in the day, a lot of South Africa, but not anybody else.
Right, but what made Britain great was the power of telling the Indians they couldn't burn widows anymore, not the fact that we actually went through and told them that.
No, it was the second rather than the first.
You should probably take Sojo's comment down now. I mean, it's not really. It's all counted.
I have enjoyed the malicious irony.
I'm just trying to
all of this.
Sojo does a lot of ironic comments. He likes to do that. I'm just trying to find something else to put up that is better than that comment. Go on, give me a good comment, guys, and then I'll put it up.
How about Sargon is a black man?
No, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. I served in the British Army with a bloke from that island that Sargon claims his relative came from.
Seychelles.
Yeah. No, I went there on my honeymoon. It was St. Helena, wasn't it?
I thought he said his grandmother or something was from the Seychelles.
No, it wasn't Seychelles. It was St. Helena or one of those British Atlantic islands. Someone will find it in a minute. But I went to when I was in the army. We had a guy from there, and he was as white as we were, and the vast majority of the people from those islands, they have about 20%. African or West Indian in them, and they have a bit of Asian, but they also have loads of white in them, and they don't look all that black if you look at them, to be honest. So Sargon was special pleading at best, to be honest. But I'm not a Sargon. Yeah, and I'm not a Sargon fan, I got to say. I never have been.
I don't think anyone on the stream would is, to be honest. I think you'd be stopping three corners down if you were actually
I like Sargon, he's alright.
I hope you're joking.
What? What did you say?
What did you say? What did you say, Oak?
Ejected.
Nah, he was lying. Royal Oak was being like talking crap.
I will say that point me to the page and chapter in Locke where it says open borders and mass migration.
Fuck Locke. I don't like Locke.
It's not that he says that. It's that it's a natural consequence. If you say,
is it though?
Okay. So let's say
I still don't know whether that's the case. I still don't know.
I mean, it's just a simple axiom. Okay, so if you say that freedom is good, then obviously you should have maximum freedom. And where does freedom end? Freedom ends at people going anywhere and doing whatever they want.
Yeah, you got to have borders. You got to have borders.
It's a natural consequence. Now, this is like why you shouldn't base your politics on philosophy. It's because philosophy is dumb, really, really dumb. You should instead base it on pragmatism and what makes sense. And
So to use that argument, why from a pragmatic point of view, if I import lots of workers who are already trained and I don't have to pay for them, that's very pragmatic. What's wrong with that?
But they're not already trained. They're not already trained, are they?
It's pragmatic for you, but when we're talking about politics, we're thinking about the group. We're thinking about Britain as a whole. Is it good for Britain as a whole? And the answer, of course, is no. Real wages haven't risen. People, ethnic stratification has risen. Crime has risen. It's not good for Britain as a whole. So that's the perspective. If you're talking about politics, you're saying, I want to make guidance for a country as a whole. You need to consider the puzzle as a whole. Because, of course, actions benefit one person.
Sergio, how are these people already trained anyway?
I'm saying if you, it's the sort of archetypal brain drain, right?
Okay, you're talking about your computer guys and all the rest of it.
I'm talking about your nurses from the Philippines who have been trained in the Philippines, and rather than spending the money and making the investment in people in the UK, you just import the talent.
Well, but on the other hand, let's be clear about this. I mean, I know this is the case in Australia, and I'm pretty sure it's true in England, or Britain, I should say, that a nurse trained in the Philippines will still have to do a course to go and do stuff in those countries because we have kind of higher standards.
Yeah, but there'd be like a remedial course, right? And some of these degrees, their degrees are accepted across countries, so it's eventually it's relatively easy to transfer.
Yeah, but you've still got to do another course.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that I agree with these positions I put forth. I'm putting them forth as a sort of devil's advocate position.
Yeah, of course.
But I just see, when I hear something like that, I can think to myself, can I make the argument in the opposite direction? Can I sort of steel man the argument? And so quite often I find that I can. And it's almost as if there is no sort of one true solid answer that you can sort of see it from either direction.
Well, I mean, politics is constructed of morals, and morals without religion is subjective. So
there's our problem.
So, I mean, yeah, you're right. You can make a pretty good case for anything. I have in the past made pretty good cases for Marxism. Am I a Marxist? No, but it just depends on. I mean, one of the most important things about politics is that you've got to agree on your goals. You've got to, because if you don't agree on your goals, then you're not going to agree on anything. Let's say one person wants to make themselves more powerful, and that's their aim in politics, and the other person wants to improve the general well-being of other people, then instantly they're never going to reach political agreement. And that's all of a sudden one component of politics which we can instantly see makes it flawed. And that's why steel manning can make it seem like there is no right answer. It's because, well, there is no right answer because we want different things. That's what I would ultimately take away from that.
Ozzy, the only thing I would say is the only real position for a true British leader would be that the British people are the best people in the world, and we should protect them and help them. To me, that's the only real position, surely.
They need good, strong leadership.
I don't think you need to tell people that they're the best to say that they deserve. There's something very.
But they are the best. But I mean,
but irrespective of that, I think it's kind of if my formulation for why I'm protecting you is because you're amazing, then it's because you could do these amazing things for me, as opposed to I just appreciate you as an individual person.
Well, but hang on. Let's also say that you've done all these amazing things over centuries before. So it's not just drawn out of the air.
This is my problem with chauvinism in general. It's not chauvinism. Okay, call it what you want. But
what nation has done more in terms of
that's not
everything
point.
you can think of?
That is not the point.
Okay,
the point is that you shouldn't want to protect Britain because it did good things. It could be like the Germans are unironically one of the worst people to have ever lived. They ruin Europe. They ruin Christianity at every turn. I do not like Germans. Does that mean
maybe the German leadership rather than Germans?
That does
themselves.
not mean I advocate for Germans to be, completely wiped off the face of the earth. It doesn't matter. Well, it doesn't matter what we've done in the past. What matters is that we, as as a given people of a given time, have our right to, continue. That's all I would put. That's all I would put on it. There's no need to
so
say.
you really are what Sojo was accusing me of being.
Which
Yeah.
is.
I'm just social liberal, protect everybody. Because
why is everyone accusing everyone else of just being a liberal?
You are the liberal. No, you are the libtard.
Because
no,
liberal is a bad. Everyone is accusing everyone of being a liberal, Rollo, because liberal is a bad thing to be.
You're all liberals because you're not absolute monarchists like me.
Yeah.
Oh, honey, bring back the Tsar.
Yeah. I bring back Henry V, but I don't think we got much chance of that. But I just think that there's a lot of double thinking in a lot of our positions here, because, first of all, I'm not social liberal, and someone who thinks I'm a social liberal is a moron. And I don't mean Sojo, because Sojo does it just to make an argument. But Britain, objectively, has done more good in the world than every other nation put together. Easily.
Doesn't matter.
Why?
Yeah. Because it didn't end up achieving anything. The glory of the empire was all that was important about it.
Well, the glory was great. The glory was great. I agree, the glory was great. And it showed what British people can do, etc., etc., etc. But it's not all even about the empire. I mean, look at literature and science and poetry and art. And what nation has done more than Britain? None. Especially for such a relatively of relative size.
Well, I don't want to sort of, I don't know. Why do Indians deserve that? Why didn't we just keep that for ourselves?
I don't care. Fuck Indians. What have I ever done about Indians?
You keep making those arguments, though. That
no,
it was
I
good
just
for
said
them.
Britain made India better. I don't care about India. It just made it better.
Okay. So is it a good thing that Britain was in India or not?
For the Indians, yes.
Okay, but why do we care about that?
Well, I don't really, but it was good for the Indians.
You keep bringing it up, though, Duke. That is.
Okay, you see, this is my point. I don't care that it was better for the Indians, but it was. All right?
But I don't understand then why we need to refer to them when justifying the empire. Surely, if we are trying to justify it, we should be justifying it to ourselves.
Okay, so us turning around and saying we made this place and this place and this place and this place better by being there, we should just ignore. Yes. And allow the left to turn around and claim falsely that we made them worse.
Well, I mean, so first of all, you could challenge that. What I would go on, and I'm sorry for interrupting you, Oak, but I would just say is that if you've completely taken the wind out of their sails, if they say the empire was bad, and you say, yeah, it's bad for Britain, we shouldn't have done it.
That wouldn't work. They would just say we were being selfish. For God's sake, guys.
Well, yeah. I don't think so. Actually, I think it would take the wind right out of their sails.
Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. You wouldn't have professors, black West Indian professors in Oxford or Cambridge, turning around and saying, "Oh, the British Empire was absolutely terrible," but you guys can just turn around and say, "Oh, yeah, it was terrible for Britain then," and these guys wouldn't just laugh at you.
But they do that anyway.
Well, besides the point,
they do that. Yes, they do that. But the point is, they do that falsely because we don't tell the truth of what happened. That's my point. No, we don't. We don't.
I could post, I could post papers on this to high heaven. No one would listen. They don't care. You can't change people's minds about this sort of thing.
Oh, so you're just going to give up on this then, are you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, man. I'm not going to do that.
All right. Well, besides the point, I think Aussie, I think Duke's doing a lot, and Aussie's doing it to sort of a lesser extent. Is that the sort of I think empire is like a natural part of like human behavior. For example, like if you go back to like, I don't know, again, Duke likes to bring up the Chinese. The Chinese are a good example. They expanded their influence. The Han Chinese group, right? They used to inhabit a very small area of China, and then they came to inhabit a very, very large portion of China. And you can go to if you look historically, in Germany, they found like bogs full of like, battles between like these different cultures and stuff like that, who became the dominant culture, right? So like human expansion is a natural behavior, and
Yep,
to an
it
extent,
is.
to an extent, like trying to justify that empirically by saying, oh, whether it was good or whether it was bad, is you're putting natural behaviors down to empiricism, which I think is quite a dangerous thing to do to an extent.
Well, look, all I'm going to say, right, is that if we shut up and we let these left-wing, often absolutely non-British, non-native British people talk about British history and the empire, and if we let them do that and we do not fight back against them, we're going to lose harder than ever.
Well, I'll try and bridge the two people's point of view. Basically, what Duke is saying is that lefties are lying about what we did, and we should try and correct them.
Absolutely, 100%. That's what
that's basically what you're saying. In an
Yes.
attempt to rehabilitate the nation of Britain, and I think what
not rehabilitate it. It was never. There was never anything wrong with it.
Okay. Rehabilitate it in the minds of people that have been poisoned by propaganda of the left.
Yes.
And basically, what Sojo, Aussie, and I think Ataman to an extent are saying is that basically, oh well,
you can't do that.
I think it's partially correct and partially incorrect, because you're comparing apples and oranges. But they're sort of saying like, oh, who cares if we help the Indians? But that's besides the point, because you're just trying to you're just trying to I don't know. I don't want to use the word rehabilitate again, but I suppose rehabilitate the British state in the minds of people. So you've got two separate goals here, I think. But you could argue.
What I'm trying to do is to get the truth of Britain back into the minds of British people.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying. No rehabilitation, because we didn't do anything wrong in the first
rehabilitation
place.
In the minds of people. It doesn't obviously need to be rehabilitated like fully. Yeah. I just can't think of a better word to use. But,
right.
Well,
in the political landscape, though, truth just becomes entirely arbitrary.
Well, truth doesn't matter, does it? I mean,
no.
I mean,
it matters to
people
some
were
of
talking
us,
earlier.
But it matters to some of us. If it didn't matter to some of us, Armin, we wouldn't be here talking about this.
Well, truth matters in an astral sense, but it doesn't matter in a political sense, right? Just because something's true doesn't mean. I mean, my mind rolls back. People were talking in the chat earlier about the whole skeptic versus ethno-nationalist debate that happened back in 2018, right? And I mean, by any reasonable analysis, the ethno-nationalist position absolutely blew the civ nuts out of the water, right? But does that mean it doesn't mean a thing? I mean, come on. I mean, truth doesn't matter. But it's power of perception. Sorry.
But on the other hand, well, there's a reason this stream is called Splendid Isolation. And our thumbnails always feature a Royal Navy warship from between 1860 and 1910. And we can do these streams until we get to 1,000, and we won't run out of those warships. There's a reason for that. And there's a reason why Britain was so independent then.
Because Britannia ruled the waves. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. This is my point. And like our people have been very misguided in some ways since 1946, but certainly a lot more since the 1990s. And I just see these streams as a way of fighting back. And although someone like Sojo or maybe Aussie would disagree with some of the things I say, I think in general terms we're allies because we mostly agree.
I suppose you could say perhaps I wouldn't say necessarily you have different goals, but I suppose like your like main aim is to like debunk the sort of like I don't know, leftist sort of like you could say propaganda, but I don't want to use that word.
Lying propaganda is what I'd say.
But Duke, what have they lied about? Because when they say, "Oh, we invaded a country and we conquered them and we slaughtered them," well, actually, those things are all true. And I'm actually saying no. That's the glory that we should be proud of.
Yeah, we
so
need to.
it's like it's almost like
I am proud of that. But what the leftists always leave out is how we improved it afterwards.
Right, but why not just step over that? Just step over
precisely
it completely and just
because
say
it won't work for most people. If I thought we could get by on glory, I'd go for glory. I'd do it.
I think we can. I think you can. I think you can.
I wish we
to
could.
the average red-blooded male, they may not know anything about the empire. They may just know about it superficially. But what they know is that it was a stretch in our history that was glorious, and we were on top of the world, and they have a sense of connection to that, and that's the only thing that really matters. I mean, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about installing toilets and sanitation in India. They don't care.
We don't even need to think about it in these sort of abstract terms. We can just, this already exists in a real place right now. It's called Japan. You know, China goes up every year and says, "Oh, this horrible things happened," blah blah blah. And yes, what the Japanese did is just like truly atrocious.
I like all the Japanese.
All the Japanese do is turn around and say "problem libtard," and like and it's
I like the modern Japanese. I really do. And if we do get in a war with China, which I suspect we will, Japan will be one of our allies. So yeah. Absolutely.
So I mean, I don't think we could get there overnight, but I do think the Japanese mentality is not impossible to.
All right, guys. What do you guys think about a British Empire series? Us doing a series of streams about the British Empire in various parts of the world.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think people have expressed their general view on it already. I mean, we could go. We could go over like the.
No. I'm thinking of going purely on Sojo's idea of let's go with the glory.
I'm kind of with Oak here. Like, I think we've said pretty much most of what there is to be said.
Okay, so the people so there's no one who wants to go with Sojo's idea of just going with the glory then.
I can understand why you'd want to. I mean,
I think it's a very smart move.
Mate, I'll happily do it, and I can. I know about this history, and I'll go with the glory if that's what you want to do. But what I'm finding at the moment is that all you guys, except Sojo, who hasn't said anything yet, are saying no. Well, you're all kind of going social liberal now.
Oh no!
Okay, not a social liberal.
Hang on, but haven't we already got that planned? We're supposed to be doing a Great Britain stream at some point.
That's do you know what, Alman? I talk about all sorts of streams, but I never get any support for any of them. So there you go. So that's just what I'm saying.
I'll go.
I mean, my personal perspective is that like I'm not a historian. I'm not super big on history.
Me, I am. That's my deal.
Yeah, I know, history. But like, if someone who's a proper history buff says, "Yeah, I'm really super proud of what we did," blah blah blah, and like, I really don't care about these other things that happen. Like, fine, I don't care. That's part of their That's a part of their right as a British person to say how they feel about things.
Yeah, but the point I've been trying to make all the way through this stream, including when I've been being called a social liberal, is that
social liberal, innit?
Yeah. But
where's the lie?
Oh, come on, let's not do this.
Sorry, I was purposely trolling there.
Yeah, of course you were. You'd never do that, Sergio. No, what the point I was trying to make is that when all these guys talk about being social liberals and all the rest of it, like if you actually go through real British history, we hardly did any bad things that you can find. Like it's really, really difficult to find bad things the British did. Like it's certainly relative to other nations, it's almost impossible.
Bad by what metric? I mean, are we still
By the metric of all other nations?
I don't think anyone here though is disagreeing with that. The point, the point is that like it's just kind of by the by, because no one's going to listen to this. I see that a very esteemed ex-MP has joined us.
Mr. Clegg.
Not a social liberal.
Balance the books. But I just don't think. I think it's not going to sway people either way.
But nothing we do is going to sway people either way. The only thing we can do, I reckon anyway, is be some kind of a vanguard.
I mean, I think there is,
and we can be some kind of a vanguard, and we can show other people who watch this that they are not alone in their beliefs.
I mean, I think there are things you can do, but they come from a, but like, I don't think imperial chauvinism is the way. Like, put it this way, okay? If I was back in 2015,
where does imperial chauvinism fall on social liberal ideas?
Oh, can people stop saying the term social liberal?
I'm sorry.
To be fair, the Liberal Party were the party of empire, and the Conservatives were against it originally. So.
No, they were not. That's absolutely nonsense.
My point is that like if I was like, I would never dream of being a political campaigner, but if I was back in 2015 campaigning for the UK Independence Party, and so why should I vote for you? And then I said, because the British Empire was great. They probably just look at me like I'm idiotic.
Yeah, so we do have to educate people, of course. But the point I'm trying to make is like there's a lot of doublethink coming in the stream at the moment. We're getting like, oh, I'm a social liberal, but we're also getting, well, imperial visionism and all this shit. Do you not see the doublethink that you guys are doing here?
It's not that. It's two people trying to do two different things.
Right, it's five people trying to do three different things, but yeah, okay.
Well, yeah. Well, it's more like I suppose what Sojo and Ozzy are saying is you need to exit the whole liberal mindset entirely. But I understand where Duke's coming from in terms of his like if it's like they're straight up like I don't know lying, but yeah.
I'm just saying, do play their game. Don't talk about the empire. Done. Just don't play their game because the
empire is not their game. I'm sorry, the empire is our game.
I don't agree.
They have a nice little stupid box. They have a nice little stupid box full of these little academics and full of these little pickpecks that they can give
Fuck
to
them.
you.
I don't care about them.
And if you play that, then you're done. You're in their stupid box. So
you
just say, I don't care.
No. You're saying we've already lost, and I'm never going to agree with that.
What does that mean to have lost? What's the context? I feel like we're talking a different. It's like ships passing in the night.
Haven't we lost already, Sojo? At the moment, are we not lost at the moment?
Well,
Sojo,
yes, I would say that I'm not particularly happy with the direction of the culture.
Are we not lost at the moment?
Yeah, that's like the entirety of my argument.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, us three agree on that, all right? We have lost at the moment. In order to win, we have to take back territory, not surrender more.
Right, but that's my argument. But I don't think
it's not surrendering.
I don't have an argument with you.
It's not surrendering. It's just not giving battle.
All right. Okay. So
Adam, I don't have a. Sorry.
How do we combat like the whole like empire guilt, trying to make people, I suppose the word is oikophobic towards their own group.
Because
it's
that's
like
what I've
real
been
evil.
talking about for the last
Well, no.
half an hour.
I understand. I'm not asking you. I'm asking, generally, what would people's response to that be?
Okay,
Ozzy
go.
as well.
Alman, what do you think about
Oh, I just want to go to bed.
that?
I said to myself after last week, I was like, no, I can only be on for 2.5 hours, but it's been quite good, so I've stayed and stayed and stayed.
Yeah, this is longer than I wanted it to be, but we'll go to the 1:30, Alman, and then we'll
I
stop.
generally don't have an answer to that. I don't know.
But do you think we should surrender this whole thing? Oh yeah, British Empire was bad. We won't talk about it.
Well, no, but I don't. I mean, I am a bit of an empire chauvinist, but I just
Yeah,
don't
me
think
too.
we should. But I don't think we should constantly frame it in their frame.
I agree with that.
Well, I mean,
So-
I'm interested. I'm interested to hear what
Sojo, what do you reckon about that one, mate?
Well, it's interesting because there are parallels here between the argument that we had about environmentalism, and you took the position where you said, well, you can't really make the argument on their terms. But actually, I think there is a difference here because you can actually take the environmental arguments and reformulate them in a right-wing way. Whereas I think when it comes to the empire, I think you can actually say, yeah, many of the things that the left say about the empire are true. And you just turn around and say, and they were creatures of their time, and that's the way things were then, and it was a glorious period in our history.
Disagree.
But I'm certainly not gonna. It wouldn't be my position, my own personal position, to say, yes, but we did install toilets and railways in India, so therefore we did a good job. I just wouldn't even bring it up.
So not toilets, railways, roads, hospitals, schools.
So your response would just be like flip it, just say yeah, and
basically, yeah.
Problem.
But also, I think
I
this
don't
is
agree with that. I've got to say, I do agree. Actually, Sojo, you've convinced me about the conservationist side of right-wing politics. I didn't agree with you at first, but I do about that now. But I think you're wrong about the empire.
Ozzy, what do you think?
Right. I personally think that if you're looking to defend Britain, you're looking in the wrong place. I think once we have things sorted, we have our culture sorted in terms of, and we have our immediate political situation sorted, then you can go about in schools teaching the empire in the objective way it happened. You can teach both sides of the Bengal famine. You can do this.
Hang on, there was only one side to the Bengal
No.
famine.
Wait.
This is
How do you combat empire?
Please let me get finished.
I beg your pardon. No, wait, mate.
I need to.
I will let you finish this.
Mate.
But I'm not going to do it with the Bengal famine.
Mate, I was in the middle of a point.
No.
Come on.
My stream. You will wait a minute. I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you, but you said the Bengal famine. The Bengal famine happened for one, or if you like, two reasons only. The German submarine arm had sunk so many British merchant ships, and the Japanese Imperial Navy had sunk so many British merchant ships that we could not shift enough food to Bengal. And that was the only damn reason the Bengal famine happened, and I am not a Churchill fan.
Anyway, carry on, Ozzy.
Okay.
That was the only reason that happened. It is not a good example.
That is one point of view.
No, it's not. It's the truth. It's just the fucking truth. Look how many hundreds of warships were sunk by the German U-boat arm and the Imperial Japanese Navy between 1939 and 1942.
Look, mate. I'm not gonna take. I don't have a particular opinion on this. Okay, I think it's rather irrelevant to my point. Because the point is that will you let me finish?
No, you're going to talk shit.
It's too wild.
I'm sorry. If you don't want to mention the Bengal famine, then don't mention it.
Look. Okay, different people have different points of view. That's all I want to make about it. And history is not a science. Okay? History is not a science, right? So there is no right or wrong answer. It's an interpretive study. So once you take care of your chickens, the eggs will follow. Once you take care of the British unit, you take care of the education system, you make sure that people are in the right places of power, you make sure that everyone's got a stomach full of food. You sort out the fifth column we have at the moment. Then maybe we can start thinking about how we teach things like the history curriculum or English literature. I think it's rather by the by until then. And it's really a side issue.
Well, I don't know. I'm talking about how to combat something specific, which is like, you get like people saying, "Oh, well, the empire was bad, so we deserve to die." Basically,
do you mean like a response in the moment?
Well, partially, but more of a response to the phenomenon, I'd say. Or would your answer just be don't respond to it?
Just take Japan's approach.
Or just do what Ozzy, who I like and has made some good statements tonight, do, and just put out a liberal bullshit thing like the Bengal famine and don't look at what caused it.
No. All I'm saying is that there's different points of view, okay? And like, if you can't get over that,
there's only one true point of view.
Okay, fine. Yes, okay, that's definition. That's axiomatic to what a point of view
You're an obviously intelligent young man. So I would say to you this. After this stream, go and look at how many of the British merchant marine was sunk by German U-boats and German surface fleet and by the Imperial Japanese Navy between 1939 and 1942, and then try and work out how you were supposed to move this food to Bengal.
That's entirely besides the point, mate, because I'm not talking about whether it was or wasn't, okay? That's not my interest. I don't care. I have a saying of in the history the past happened, because to me it's all a wash. It happened. Who cares? But like
I care greatly, but okay.
Yeah, but like my perspective is like if you're approaching someone and say you're British and you're awful because you had an empire, the first thing I would just say, is there a problem? And like just carry on. Like just do what the Japanese did. The Japanese objectively ran a worse empire than we did. It was brutal, it was vicious. You can read about some of the things they did in China. Disgusting. That being said, I appreciate their approach more. I think their approach of basically going, I really don't care, is the right approach to take, because they said that was back then and this is now, and I don't really see the commonality. That being said,
I'll never do that, because I think we're the same people today as we were 100 years ago.
Okay, but like, if in terms of approaching the issue as a whole, again, I think you take care of your chickens, then the eggs will follow. I think this is an objection that will go away over time, and I don't think it really changes people's opinions one way or another. Because once you're set in your opinion, it's very hard to change it, particularly in things like this. So, yeah. I
only think, I see, this is where I think maybe I'm getting it a bit wrong. I only want to convince our own people. I don't really care what foreigners think.
I mean, so Kedmon says that Japan is somewhat liberal and apologetic. It's not apologetic about China. They still haven't given an apology for the rape of Nanking.
They didn't even apologise about their treatment of British prisoners of war.
Don't get me wrong. Do I think Japanese society is ideal? No. Like,
but it's a lot better than ours.
People often point to Japan as like,
but it is
amazing.
It is a lot better than ours. I have to say it is.
But today, like, don't get me wrong. Like, herbivore men, anime, and manga is not what I want for the youth of Britain.
But how many immigrants do they have compared to Britain?
Well, we that's I mean, potato. I mean, like
No, seriously. How
No,
many
it's exactly
immigrants?
my point. Exactly my point is the fact that Japan has some great things about it, like its chauvinism, its self-respect, its ability to say, "I will not be beheld."
Have you watched recent Japanese movies, for example?
No, I don't really. How do I put this delicately? I don't like
Go on.
watching movies in a foreign tongue.
So you don't like films with subtitles, is what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Right. So look, these days, because like all British, without exception, movies, and 99.9% of American movies, without exception, are anti-Western, anti-white, basically anti-straight white male propaganda, and they just are. Like, prove me wrong. I watch quite a lot of Japanese movies these days, and Japan still makes really based, beautifully filmed movies about like the samurai.
Tentacles.
The samurai. Oh, for fuck's sake, get fuck. Look, do you know what? Most people have no idea of the difference between anime and porn. All right. And I'm not even going to get into that because I don't really care. But go and watch Japanese actual movies. And the Japanese today make great movies based on their history in the samurai era, etc., where they are obviously proud of their history. And if only I could see one single British film that was that, I'd be really happy. And you guys just take the piss out of anime.
I'm not.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
Duke,
guys.
the anime defender.
I'm not an anime defender. I don't watch fucking anime. I watch Japanese. I watch Japanese movies about samurai era and stuff like that. One British film like that was like historically accurate and was kind and looking on that history as good, and then I'd be happy. But I can't find one single film like that. Not one from the British for many, many, many years. When was the last time you saw a patriotic British movie? How many have we made about the Falklands War exactly? Name one. Because every single one of our artistic British directors and filmmakers is a left-wing scumbag.
Right, but wasn't Zulu made by a lefty?
Yeah, it was, but that was in 1964, and he was desperate to make money because he'd been chucked out of America. And even that had some bad bits in it. Name the last one. Name the last one, mate.
I don't watch many films.
Ammon, I like you very much. Name the last patriotic British film you watched.
I don't watch many films, to be honest.
I watched loads and I can't find one, mate.
Probably Master and Commander. That's the last one I can think of.
Yeah,
Cracking
I know.
movie.
Maybe
Fantastic
actually,
movie.
Fair enough,
Warhorse.
fair enough.
How about Warhorse? How about Warhorse?
No, that's not patriotic British.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. Not really.
Cromwell,
isn't.
1970.
Oh,
Who has done this?
Get fucked. It's a crap
Brilliant
film.
movie.
Cartoon's a good movie. The guy,
I mean, there's like those.
Son and Tamar in the track. That's a good movie. But where's the British film about the Falklands War? If the Americans had done the Falklands War, we'd have 24 films about it by
It'd be
now.
a pretty short movie, though. Let's be honest.
Why? The Royal Navy, Royal Marines, Paras, SAS. Absolute
No, I'm saying it'd
nonsense.
be pretty short because we wiped the floor with them pretty damn
Yeah,
quick.
okay, fine. But if that had been American War, there would have been 5 movies by now at least. And not one British one, because every single British filmmaker is a left-wing wank.
Right, but
That's
even all
the
those American
real
war
truth.
movies are very, very paused.
Most
These
of them,
days
yeah.
they are. These days they are.
Yeah, mostly they are these days, but yeah.
I mean, I'd say to my recollection, I think American Sniper was pretty pro USA. Although it was more about.
It was. Yeah, I thought that was a pretty good film.
I really liked American
Yeah,
Sniper.
yeah, I did like that film.
Yeah.
I did.
But
I did like that.
Hasn't it got kind of very anti-war, anti-American army tones though?
No, not really.
Well, there's a
No,
bit like there's like a bit
No,
where
it
his,
hasn't. No,
there's a
it
bit where
hasn't.
his dad says to him, "Never drop your rifle in the dirt," and then right at the end he drops his rifle in the dirt as he's sort of running
No.
away.
I mean, the film is definitely got a statement about the pointlessness of, particularly the Iraq War, which I will always stand.
The endless wars in the Middle East, which were pointless. Absolutely.
I think actually that's quite an important thing to understand when you understand the context in which these films are being released. Like the last big country-on-country war that we had was Operation Iraqi Freedom, which is not a very popular war.
No.
And people are not therefore a big. I guess people. I guess the cultural zeitgeist wants a more mature perspective on war, as opposed to the very romanticized things of the '60s and '70s. Well, I'm sorry, but Zulu. You say what you want, but Zulu is a romantic film.
No, Zulu is an accurate film with left-wing bits in it.
It's an It's an accurate film, but like the part where they salute at the end about them saluting fellow braves, that's just classic romanticism.
Yeah,
and like,
but when the bit where the surgeon says, the British Army surgeon says, "Damn you, Chard! Damn all you butchers!" Like British Army surgeons don't say that sort of stuff.
No, they don't.
They're employed by the British Army.
They do their job.
And the bit where Bromhead turns around and says, at the end of the battle, when they won, like outnumbered 45-1 in a 12-hour battle, and Bromhead turns around and says, "You know what else? I feel ashamed." No one feels ashamed when they win a 12-hour battle, outnumbered 45-1. Not that I've ever done that, but you know, it's a great film. It's a great film. But there's loads of left-wing shit in it that's got nothing to do with the 19th century British Army. Like it would have been a much more, British, pro-British, absolutely up there film if you'd have done it properly. And I've been to Chard's grave in Somerset, and I put flowers on it when I went too. So you know.
But like when I consider the war films of then versus now, like, I mean, I was brought up watching films like The Longest Day and A Bridge Too Far.
Both crap, in my opinion. Longest Day ain't terrible.
Say what you want.
Far is absolute shit. It just blames the Brits for losing.
Sure.
And it's not the Brits' fault. It was actually the American airborne's fault.
Let's not get carried away on the splices. But those films are.
Let's not talk the truth. Let's just carry on in it.
No, because it's sort of besides the point is that those films were all about like, oh, this battle happened, and you know, it was, oh, look at these fights, dagger, and all that, and it's great. It's really cool, and like I love those films. I love those films because I think they're great fun. But like these days, it's about like showing like the dead and it and you know the misery of it all, and that's because it's come from a time of post the war on terror and a general feeling of it's coming from a feeling of cynicism. Like it's like the same with All Quiet on the Western Front, which was made in the 1920s, I think. Which
had nothing to do with the war on terror, but okay.
It had nothing to do with the war on terror. It had everything to do with the Great War. Very, very, you know, it showed the pain and tragedy of war. That's what it was about.
But
yeah.
Accurately.
It showed what the artist intended to portray.
Yeah,
and
but was he accurate?
That doesn't. It doesn't matter. It's what the audience liked.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, like, okay, Britain made a load of really great war films from about 1946 to about 1960. Yeah. I always call them stiff upper lip war films because they were absolutely British. You know, the British officers and men were always stiff upper lip guys. And you know what? That wasn't wrong. That was what the British guys back in World War II were like. They were like that. And some of the actors were actually guys who had fought in World War II. They were accurate. Like the way they described the soldiers and the officers and their views and all the rest of it were mostly accurate. The bravery of the British officers and soldiers was mostly accurate. And the same with the Royal Navy, because some of them were Royal Navy films and even RAF films. They were mostly pretty accurate. But it's not true today. That's not how British people are today.
It's not what they want to see.
Because we've been perverted.
It's
Our
just
people have been perverted from what they really are.
I think it's more simple than that, to be honest. I think it's just people these days are relatively anti-war.
But most of them have never seen a war even at a distance.
Yeah, sure. You can have a problem with that. You can disagree.
I don't have a problem with it. It's just like they haven't. They have no idea what war is like. Half of them think war is some missile arriving from the middle of nowhere.
You see, this is a problem. Like the thing is that I'm trying to describe, why things are. Like, we can have our personal opinions on whether there's bollocks or not, and sure, there's plenty of
bollocks. Okay, they are absolutely.
But like, if we're trying to understand why there aren't any patriotic British films anymore, I think it's because, well, it's just not people. I don't think there's really a market for it.
So you don't think British people are patriotic anymore?
It's not that I don't think they're patriotic, it's that I don't think they want stupid patriotism. Not stupid patriotism.
What's the difference between stupid and intelligent patriotism?
Chauvinistic patriotism. Okay, so stupid patriotism.
What's the difference between chauvinistic and left-wing?
Okay. So the difference no. So it's not left-wing patriotism. That's being unnuanced, mate. Okay, so there's two. You can have two perspectives on your country. You can have the look. We've never done anything wrong. We are amazing, and everything we do is
you're heading towards my country, right or wrong. One of which is stupid.
No. Because there is two. No. Because there's two different ways of saying my country, right or wrong. There's one way she says we are completely infallible. We can never do anything wrong. Aren't we fantastic? And there's another way in which you say, look, we've made mistakes. We've also made some great advancements. We have been, but it's not important whether we made mistakes or not.
Can you do that in the same
important
film?
thing? The important thing is that we are who we are, and we're going to carry on, and we have every right to carry on, and we will not
do that in the same film.
Sure, you can.
You think?
Sure, you can.
I reckon that's going to be a complicated film. Okay, guys, we are going to go until 5 because this is something that really interests me.
I was actually just about to say, I've got church
leave. You can go. Yeah. You can go. Yeah. But we are going to go till 5 because this interests me, and I am puzzled how you do this in one movie.
No, I'm going to pop off as well.
All right, guys, you can all leave. Off you go.
Right, it's been nice talking to you.
Go well, and you're a good friend. Guys, how do you do this in one movie? Do you reckon?
Do what?
How do you somehow or other make this kind of leftist movie that what's his name was just talking about, which at the same time says, "Oh, we're great." I'm not sure how you do that in one film.
Well, you just use artistic license.
Really? Yeah, all right, maybe that's what you do. I don't know, man. I just don't think you can do that in one film. And I have. When was the last time any of you guys saw a patriotic British war movie? When was it made?
Someone's brought up in the chat The Darkest Hour, which you could argue is a patriotic film.
When was that made?
I think that was early 2010s. I can't remember, but
And what was that about? I don't remember.
that was about, again, it's Churchill you don't like, but
Yeah, no, I don't like it. Oh
I've watched
no, oh absolutely not. I do remember that movie. It was terrible. Excuse me 1 second, guys. I've just got to go and do something.
Is that the film with the scene on the tube with the black people?
I can't remember. I've seen clips from it where they praise Churchill, but I've not actually seen the film. But,
I don't think I've seen it.
Go for 4 hours 40 minutes, almost Royal Oak stream length. Yeah. It's not leftist to self-evaluate. I don't know. I think I don't know. Aussies, I think, getting a bit stuck in empiricism. I think too much. I understand where he's coming from. I mean, it's probably a more realistic view in terms. I suppose you can't escape reason to an extent, right? But I don't know. My side's so good. I think that's basically my view. But I don't know. I suppose you can't be a Christian without having some extent of morality in the way you do things. But every other society on earth sees things as us versus them. So it's more of a necessity, I suppose. But yeah, that's my view. Yeah. Some people are arguing about something in the chat. I think we lost a lot of views. It would have been a lot higher if it wasn't for Marco did a stream. I think he was debating. I think Phil and George from Mess Squad were having a debate on capitalism or something, which I think may have devolved, which is why they're arguing in the chat now. So fun times over at the Marco Coletti channel. God knows. But Jordan Gold, Jordan, whatever his name is, Byron Gold.
Yeah, the Darkest Hour was the movie with the absolutely fictional, historically black people on the tube. Yeah. Like they just weren't there in reality, but stick them in the movie. I mean, the idea, as Cullerman says in the chat, that there was a black person on the tube in '94 and that Churchill would speak to them is absolute crap. I mean, like, I don't think Churchill ever went on a tube train in his life. And there were no black people for him to speak to in '94, even had he done so. But there we go. And I say again, the last nationalist, patriotic British film on a war you ever saw? Because, like, okay, you could probably say Master and Commander, I suppose, or...
It's the only one I can think of, 1998, Master and Commander, right? It's
2003, but yeah.
Sorry, okay.
Yeah, 2003, but yeah, I remember that because that's the year my goal died. But yeah, since then, can't think of one. Not another. There's no patriotic British film on the Falklands War. And like I said, if that was an American war, there'd be 5 or 6 at least. But there's not a single one. The only one that was ever made was a BBC TV series, which was wholly focused on the fact that some Scottish officer got shot in the back and lost the use of his legs on the battle for obvious reasons. That's why the BBC made it. The Brits made one film about the British and Commonwealth involvement in the Korean War, A Hill in Korea, which in America is called Hell in Korea, I believe. That's the only one. Nothing about the British in Malaya, apart from a couple of comedies. Nothing about the British in Borneo. Just that shit. Then you can think of films like there's Bravo 20. Is it Bravo 20? There's one set in Afghanistan, but the only reason it got made is because it's the Brits in an old Russian minefield. They're not fighting against the Afghans. They're just trying to get out of this minefield. And it was only made because of that reason. They're not fighting the Afghans. If they'd been fighting the Afghans, the left-wing British filmmakers would never, ever have considered making it. And that's the truth. British filmmakers these days are so left-wing, it is unbelievable. In fact, I think it's almost impossible to get involved in the British filmmaking industry these days if you're not left-wing. I mean, the new James Bond film, which is due to come out soon, is going to have James Bond 007 replaced by a black lesbian woman. True, not joking. Absolutely true. And I see Baron Barney the First in the chat saying that. Sorry, it's not a good movie. Certainly. Here's another one. Dunkirk. Sorry, mate. Dunkirk was shit.
It wasn't good. No.
No, there was nowhere near enough troops on the beaches. There were nowhere near enough ships. Most of the troops picked up from Dunkirk were picked up by the Royal Navy, not by the little ships. The little ships mostly took people from the beach out to Royal Navy destroyers, etc. And that's not shown in that movie at all. The 1950s version of Dunkirk is a much, much better film and far more accurate. It's actually a much better film. Stars John Mills. It's a really good movie. But Britain used to make films like that, which was a good film. We used to make movies like The Cruel Sea, which is the best film about the Royal Navy in World War II. Great film. But that Christopher Nolan doesn't do CGI, I know. But it's a shit movie. None of the British soldiers do any fighting in that film. I think they fire about 7 shots in the whole movie. It's just crap. It's not true. It's a rubbish film. And, it's all about the RAF, when actually the people who rescued the British Army were the Royal Navy. Not shown in that film at all. Patriot Archive, I agree with you. The stiff upper lip movies were before we got totally Americanized. I totally agree with that. Watch films like the Amethyst Incident, where there's this little British frigate which is trapped up the Yangtze River by the Chinese communists. And they just think, we're just going to take this ship over. But the Royal Navy and the Royal Navy sailors and officers decide, nah, that's not going to happen. And they absolutely fight their way out. Just because they're better than the fucking Chinese who they're fighting. It's a very good film, the Amethyst Incident. I'm sorry, but you can't have a people who are proud of themselves when the popular culture doesn't show anything that should make them proud of themselves. And what do we do today? Royal? So what do we do today in terms of popular culture that should make people proud of themselves? Do you see anything? Because I don't.
Yeah, not very much. Yeah.
Nothing. It's just, Brits, we're just fucking load of wanks, basically. Sergio, you got a bit more historical knowledge. What do you reckon?
Well, I can't really disagree with anything you're saying, but I mean, I remember TV being sort of all right 10 years ago, but I mean, I've not owned a TV for going on 7 or 8 years.
Not bad, Judge.
Because it's I've always found it to be largely rubbish. I mean, my metric is whether I find Live at the Apollo funny. And if I'm having to watch stuff on Dave, like reruns, then I know that the culture's in a shit place.
Yep.
So I mean, I completely concur and agree with everything you're saying.
You have to have like popular stuff that people think, fuck me, or maybe a few of them will even think, oh shit, my granddad was in that. You have to have some of that shit for people to regard themselves okay. But if you don't have anything in Britain anymore, there's just nothing. There's nothing you can watch and think, oh, fuck me, we did that. When I was a kid, like every week at least, there'd be a couple of movies on that you could think that, even if sometimes it was bullshit Second World War stuff, But there was always some stuff about that you could think, bloody hell, the Brits did that, You have to have something like that, guys, because otherwise I don't know what we do. Look, because most the kids don't learn any history at school, and these days we have parents who didn't learn any history at school. I don't know, guys. We've got to do something. I mean, this is one reason I do some history stuff on this channel, but I reckon I've got to start doing a bit more. Like when I was a kid, I used to read about British soldiers in the Indian Mutiny going and saving all the women and children at like now and stuff. And that wasn't bullshit. They really did it, And they were outnumbered bloody 20-1. Many of them Scots Highlanders. Not all of them, but many of them. You have to have, or you have to give your public some idea of like that your nation did stuff, because they don't learn it at school, and they certainly don't learn it at school anymore. They used to, like my dad's generation, they learned British history at school, and then when they watched all these movies, but then they'd also spoken to their dads and their uncles and all these people who'd gone and done stuff. And now we have nothing. There's literally nothing. Pep, yeah, some sepoys did remain loyal. You're quite correct. Yes, they did. Particularly the older ones. And even at Cawnpore, where they butchered every single woman and child, including little babies, the sepoys refused to do that. So the Nana Sahib had to go and get Muslim butchers to go and do it. So yeah, you're correct about that. But I don't know, guys. And I get accused of being some sort of social liberal, partly by Sojo, it has to be said. And I'm not a social liberal, but I don't know, guys. I just think people are so fucking lost. Rollo, you're a young fella. What do you think about this shit?
Well, I think you're right. It's a question of again, how do you fundamentally racinate people, isn't it? How do you give people the roots to the nation? How do you connect people with their past? I don't think it's entirely just historical knowledge. I think it's a bit more complex than that. But I suppose it's a fundamental. I guess people need to see the reality of the world as like a clash of civilizations, right?
But
And we are the British civilization.
It's a golden thread. It's really a golden thread that runs through yourself to your father, to your grandfather, to your great-grandfather, to your great-great-grandfather. That is what it is to me. It's a golden thread. And if you don't have that, then you have no idea who you are.
Absolutely.
You just don't know who you are. fuck. I just don't. Like, I was a 9, 10-year-old kid, and I used to read about battles in the Crimean War, and how 2,500 British soldiers at Inkerman beat 25,000 Russians.
Mm.
And it wasn't because their generals were good; it was just because they were brave. And particularly the NCOs and the junior officers just kept saying, "Forward, boys."
Yeah.
And the soldiers always followed them just because they were Brits. It's just what Brit soldiers did, you know. But we've got to get some of that back. We have to get some of that back, in my opinion.
Hmm.
Sergio, what do you reckon? Bullshit or what?
Yeah, mate, it's bullshit.
I knew you'd say that.
Basically,
Wow.
a bunch of anonymous people on the internet saying that we need to do shit. You know, I mean, I'll say one thing. I think you're in more of a position to do this than anyone else, but you could actually make a proper bona fide history channel that glorifies the past of the nation, which is distinct and separate from live streams that talk about politics. If you want to detach it from politics and actually make produced videos, you could probably do that. But
Yeah, probably good.
But other than that, you know, again, we are just people on the internet spouting off shit.
How much time do you think I have, Sergio?
How much time do you think I have?
No, I'm not talking about. I never said you should do anything else, did I?
No, but when you ask the question, what do we do? You're kind of like inviting the question, right?
Sure, but you're suggesting I start a whole nother channel doing a whole nother thing, and I don't know how much time you think I spend on this, but it's quite a lot.
Well, there may be it's just an idea. I'm not saying that you have to do it, but it strikes me as something that you could do, that you could be good at, and that would be popular. Probably be far more popular than this, and actually might actually have more impact and be more valuable. So something to think about, I guess.
No, you see, I've actually thought about this, and the trouble is, if I did it the way I would have to do it, it wouldn't be popular because of the way I would have to do it. Like, I couldn't make it totally neutral. And that's the only way it would be popular.
I'm not sure if I agree with that.
Mate,
Yeah, can you elaborate on that?
Okay,
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
There are a couple of channels that I really love that do Royal Navy history, okay? That I really love. Two really, really good channels. But they don't do anything politically. And one of them is entirely neutral but vaguely lefty. And the other one is actually quite pro-British, but entirely, absolutely entirely, what's the correct word? Politically correct. I love the history, but I could get in a rouse with both of them, and especially the second one, who is actually the best pro-history British channel on the Royal Navy. But I detest the bloke in terms of his political correctness. Just can't stand it.
And why do you think you couldn't make it just how you want it?
For that reason, that you'd have to be absolutely neutral.
Why?
Because you would get attacked from all sides if you didn't.
So, but the only thing that matters here is whether you're within the community guidelines. And the community guidelines are pretty clear. Don't be racist, don't attack other groups, don't incite violence. So if you stick within those bounds, you'll probably be okay. But if you want to glorify our history, I don't think you're really actually going to get into any trouble with that, especially if it's not political. It's politics that gets channels into trouble. It's not.
Yeah.
I think you can be unashamedly pro-national in historical terms, so long as it's not actually overtly political. I think the politics is the problem. when it comes to YouTube.
You're probably right on that. You're probably right on that. I don't know, man. I spend too much time doing this, but I have thought about it. But I will do some more historical streams on here. Anyway, guys, we are going. We've still got 32 years, amazingly. I hopefully will be doing a Old Commonwealth stream next week. I think I have enough people to do that. Obviously, don't forget to like and subscribe. Blah blah blah. And I'm gonna play us out on a tune like I usually do.
Okay, I'm going to drop off and go to bed. Thanks, guys.
Good night, mate.
See ya.
Second was on them gang of war, was on 42nd sailing down the Bromelo, was on 42nd, was on them gang of war, was on 42nd sailing down the Bromelo. Some of them had carpenters and some of them had native talk, some of them were county called on sailing down the Bromelo. Was on 42nd, was on them gang of war, was on 42nd sailing down the Bromelo. Some of them had chili pieces, some were greeting furthermore, some were singing all night side and sailing down the Bromelo. Was on the 42nd, was on them gang of war, was on the 42nd sailing down the Bromelo.
Okay, ladies and gents, that was our stream for this week. Yeah, absolutely. Andrew Lambert does receive flack for his non-PC jokes, and Andrew Lambert is the best naval historian alive today. Okay, guys. Good evening, good day, wherever you are, and thanks to my guests. Good night.